10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop. like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going. till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I'm don't make wasted time. You take us down. Keep fighting.
Hello everyone and welcome back to day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the EU region. And man, oh man, we had some fantastic games for Africa. We had some fantastic games for day 1 here of Europe. And today is the day Imperium. We're finally going to know which teams will make it to their next stage of potentially becoming future PUBG Mobile Esports Pro players. My name is Max, man, joined with Imperium as always. And Imperium, is that point, right? We're going to finally know who's going to be making it to the next stage. And how are you feeling on this top tier day for these teams?
Feeling good. I'm a little bit more refreshed myself, so I hope a higher amount of energy for me provides a bit of entertainment. But if that wasn't there yesterday, the team certainly, made up for it, right? We saw some great intense action, some fantastic finishes. I thought the circle shifts favored that intensity, and a lot of teams kind of showing up in the right way. Similar to Africa, 5 games, 5 different winners.
Exactly. I was going to say the tradition of the Snapdragon Pro Series is still strongly alive with what we've been witnessing yesterday so far. One chicken dinner shared between currently 5 different teams. We'll have to see if one team today can get himself potentially a second under their belt, because those tiebreakers, Imperium, we brought them up a few times. Hasn't been really having that effect we expected potentially in Africa, etc. But you know what? It might have an effect over here for the EU region. But also don't forget that the Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by our good friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, powering your awesome competitive mobile devices out there. And if you do want to become, potential future pro in PUBG Mobile Esport, you know what? Having that good old Snapdragon Elite Gaming processor will definitely help you elevate your gameplay to the next level. But Imperium, teams we were looking at yesterday, didn't have too many expectations, but now expectations, I would have to say, have been set for quite a few of the teams and individuals that have played. And I want to ask you before we jump into extra graphics, which potential teams have surprised you a little bit yesterday with what we saw coming out from them?
Well, the door was open for all of them to kind of make an impact on what my thoughts were going to be. The two obvious is Vengadors and Dagestan 77. They're lying in first and second overall, spoiler alert, but they're not the only team. My color, I suppose, definitely a big surprise. The way they executed the game that they did win yesterday was proficient. I know you were high on that.
With 3 players.
That game specifically, with 3 players, exactly. And it was Miramar, a map that is notoriously, in my opinion, harder to control than the 2 other maps in the PUBG Mobile Esports pool. So my color and Dagestan 77 as well as Vengadors, kind of the 3 that stand out for me from yesterday's games.
Oh, yeah, that's a decent list of teams. I think that have definitely impressed us. We're going to have a lot more time during this segment to be able to talk about other teams, so I'll give my impressions later on. But we're going to check out the format once again. If this is the first day you're going to be joining us, you're going to see how things are going to be going down for these teams. At the start, they were 256. Now they are 16. And as we've learned, as of recently, Imperium, qualification numbers are going to be a little bit different from what we were fed yesterday.
So what we believe to be the case, based off the fact that previous seasons and Africa in this fall split, is that it was going to be top 3 Western Europe teams move on to PMEC Europe, and top 3 Turkish teams move on to PMNC Turkey, right? However, it indeed has been updated to top 3 teams from Turkey, but top 4 European teams will move on to PMEC. So there's an extra slot available that we didn't know about coming into the European region, and that means half of the European teams playing in these finals will make it to the next stage.
Exactly. That extra slot is going to be very important. It's going to be definitely changing the demographic or what's going to be unfolding today pretty significantly, I would say. That's the main storyline. We were potentially expecting some hot drops to be happening, teams trying to compete with teams around them for those qualification spots for EU and Turkish side of PMNC. that is definitely going to be changing the landscape for what we're going to be witnessing in today's 5 matches. Checking out the point system once again. It hasn't changed from yesterday. I don't know why a point system would change midway through a tournament, but it's going to be the same old for these guys to deal with. And that would be an interesting one. No, every single day, you got a different format, different map rotation, and different point system. I don't know how I would play that.
So they even though they kind of low-key did it in PMWI,
yeah, but that was 2 different tournaments. They're not the same tournament. No.
I know. Okay, fair enough. But the after party did introduce different variables that I think help add another dimension to the games. But indeed, it was a separate tournament. So yeah, that's an idea for the future.
Talking about dimension pretty sick with the snipers. No, just saying.
Okay,
that was the whole point I had to make. I just said the word dimension. I was like having flashbacks, like, oh, this guy on the radio tower, that was so good. I don't know, I just had to bring that word.
No, I'm kind of glad you did, because a little bit off tangent, but still within what you mentioned. You know, a player's had an impact when you think of them when they're IGN, you know, disconnected to the team or the actual IGN comes up. You know, the fact that you thought of that player when I mentioned the word dimension in no context to the team, that's a good sign.
Exactly, and it's also a good sign if you're in first place, Imperium. I think that's a pretty decent statement to make right now for Dagestan 77. Okay, we heard you guys in the chat yesterday. Everyone's spamming Dagestan 77, and no Imperium. They don't have 77 points. They actually have 82, okay? Yes, I'm going to call you out on that one, but we love those 50-50 splits, Imperium. And right now, what we're seeing is absolute perfection from Dagestan 77. A perfect 41 placement point, 41 eliminations on board. But they're not safe just yet. 5 more matches, and Vengadores, Melisi Sport, Major Pride Clan, so many teams hot on their heels and willing to take their spot away at the end of today.
Top 3 teams with a chicken dinner, so the door's open for both Major Pride and Cecilia Esports to both capture the win in any of the 5 games today. I could see it on Major Pride Clan a little bit more than Cecilia Esports, but again, Cecilia Esports being in 5th hasn't been without justifiable, strong, solid games when they put it together. IceFrags Esports, they got a chicken dinner, but one thing that I do want to highlight a little bit more heavily against them coming into today's games, when you have the likes of the Nameless, Meme Team, TTA Esports behind them, it's a lack of eliminations comparative to the placement points. 14 to 29, that's a little bit of a heavier gap than we would like to see.
But then we saw it on their game where they got the chicken dinner, I believe. Yeah, it was on Sanhok. A lot more controlling games, central position, zoning teams away. Of course, teams basically took care of one another in that situation by really what makes IceFrag Esports stand out compared to a lot of the teams in this lobby is going to be that macro play, how they're going to be playing around those positions as a whole. We'll have to see, but of course, checking out the prize distribution for the tournament. Dagestan 77 not only trying to make sure they hold on to their spot to qualify to their regional PMNC, but also holding on to that extra 4K increase from 2nd to 1st. And man, once again, we're saying it, top 3, no, for Turkish team and top 4 for the EU teams is going to be the main goal, but like, come on, man. You want that extra 4K on board. You want to be truly first place at the end of today.
And with more spots available and teams at the top, such as, you know, Dagestan from EU and Vengadores from Turkey, it kind of opens that door for those teams to think a little bit more heavily about the prize pool difference, right? You know, because if they know that they're kind of 15, 20, 25, 30 points or 6 to 7 places, arguably, behind the final slot for their region, yeah, that's going to kind of make them think, well, okay, well, we can not only relax in how we play, but let's kind of really think, okay, there's $4,000 plus difference between 1st and 2nd. We need to secure that. That could go against them, it could go for them.
Yeah, and we keep on bringing up also the topic of hot drops, right? And I think that right now you're in a position where, and we brought this up yesterday a little bit, if you do not qualify now, you're missing out on all of the 2023 circuit, right? You want to make sure that you're putting all the chances on your side. If you're not in a comfortable position towards the last 2 to 3 matches today, you're going to have to take your fate in your own hands and potentially try and make it in the top teams of Turkey or EU, depending on which group and region you actually are. But with that said, we're going to head on over, to a very short break. We've got a quick interview with Scarlett, I believe it is, from Meme Team. So we're going to get a little bit of insight of how this team was approaching the event beforehand.
I'm Mimi Carrot and I'm playing for the Mimi team. I'm playing with the Potato, Toshi and the Avatar. They're pretty good, I can say. We are playing together from 12 seasons in the competitive, the scrims and a lot of tournaments in different teams. We have a lot of experience and we expect to do this to do good in finals, I would say. Yeah, I think the Pastor is the best player in the team right now. He have a very good gun skill and a lot of experience, and I think he will perform very good in the finals as well. Yeah, of course, we're practicing a lot. We're playing a lot of scrims every day, but before the PMCO we didn't play a lot. Just we went to PMCO and hope to do our best and play with our experience and gun skills. So, yeah. I think the major pride is pretty strong team. I know some players from this team, so yeah, I would say they're really strong. For me, I would say it's Avatar because he's showing the consistency and he have the good gun skill and mindset, so he will perform good. Just wish us good luck and we'll perform good in finals, I hope.
Great to hear from Carrot here from Meme Team. You know what? I said Scarlet, but no, I think Carrot is definitely a cooler name. And you know what? My favorite kick is Carrot Kick. So I don't know why I said that. That's a weird transition. With that said, Imperium, good to see that, you know, talking about some of his players. Pastor, as he said, potentially the best player of his team. And Pastor really had some great moments yesterday to put the team in their position, but still needs to see a little bit more from Meme Team in these games.
We do. They're currently 5th out of the European teams, and they're 9th in total. They did have a fantastic Sanhok game, and it was their standout game. But with 3 Erangel games, and of course another Miramar, we do need to see more. And based on what Carrot said, I'm sure they're probably pretty disappointed after yesterday's performance. So once they've been able to just evolve, look back like I talked about yesterday, using the time that they have and come into today refreshed, revigored, and ready to get into the top spots required to qualify and move on forward to the PMEC. I also definitely know why he's called Carrot. He's a redhead.
Yeah,
automatically love him. Automatically love him. And what an epic team, because they also have a player called Potato.
I don't know why you're not called Carrot Imperium. I think we'll have to rebrand you right after that one. But also, if you want to rebrand, you know, Imperium, and you can do some cool memes for Meme Team, feel free to join us over on Twitter and join the conversation with hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll have potentially your tweets and your memes, if there's any pictures out there that are going to be shared over on the show, so we can react to it live. But yeah, always good to have a little bit of insight for them. And he said that there was a lot of preparation that were done for the team, and we're hoping that that preparation is going to be coming on hot, potentially entering this second day of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the EU region. With that said, we've got a very short break, and after that, we'll be ready for game 1 of the day. It's going to be on Erangel, so catch you guys in a few.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Erangle's just around the corner for our first match of day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the EU region. And yeah, we already set up expectations, Imperium, but before we do jump into anything, too dicey about some of the top teams that have been doing well and continue our storylines, are there any teams after yesterday that you would like to see potentially do better and you think has potential? A little bit of a dark horse for the day.
Nax Esports, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. There was a twinkle in a couple of moments of how they played and then a few macro rotations, but for whatever reason they couldn't put it together. The Real Brave as well. Kind of surprised to see them as low as they are in 13th. Again, similar to Nax Esports. Other than that, no, I suppose the storylines around the fact that we've got 3 Turkish teams possibly going through, or 3 Turkish teams that are going to make out for European teams, so that's kind of like the main focus. But we all love an underdog story, right? We all love a good turnaround. So yeah, based on your question, the Real Brave and Nax, I definitely think could do better today.
We'll have to see, of course, if they can dominate on the Battlegrounds. I'm talking about Battlegrounds. Let's check out the map rotation of the day. Of course, as always, if you have already watched one day in the past 3 days, you'll know that it's Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. So triple Erangel, 1 Miramar, and 1 Sanhok. You still want to dominate those Erangels, but those Miramars on such a short tournament, and those Sanhoks on, once again, such a short tournament, can have drastic impact on your performance and can potentially be the reason you're in or out of your next, PMEC or the PMNC. So we'll have to see how things are going to pan out. But talking about underdog teams, brought up your teams, Real Brave, Nax Esport. I potentially am interested in seeing what Gimme Bowsy can do. I think that we had some moments where they had some decent fights. They got themselves a decent 50-50 split, 11 elims, 12 placement points, which is not great on the day. It's actually pretty bad, if I really have to say it. I'm going to spill out the words there, but I feel like this is a team that has some basis, a strong basis where they could potentially go a little bit further. So for me, Gimme Bowsy is a team that I would like to see go further, but some changes will have to be needed based on what happened yesterday. But of course, don't forget, the Snapdragon Pro Series is also brought to us by our good friends over at DHL for all your shipping needs. And if you ship me an Imperium, well, DHL will help out for that. I don't know.
I ship you, Max.
You ship me? We ship. Oh, okay. How would we call our ship, Imperium? The Manrium, Maxrium. No, I don't know.
The SS Maxrium.
I thought that was gonna sound way cooler.
All ship and boat names need to have SS at the start, right? I don't know why. Why is that?
Why a boat? Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one.
Well, I didn't say the word ship in a literal sense, but you took it that way.
No, I mean, no, man, the ship like in a romantic sense, because our casting duo Imperium over years has been equivalent to a romantic work, romantic work relationship has been going on. But also, feel free to share in the chat your predictions. I wouldn't be surprised if I see a lot of Dagestan 77 being spammed in the chat, or a lot of Gimme Bowsy. Apparently not only my dark horse, but also potentially the dark horse of the chat to see if Gimme Bowsy can perform well. And you know what? Unfortunately, Gimme Bowsy is going to be a little bit tougher for them because they only got 3 spots for PMNC. And they're currently pretty low on the rankings, in 11th position with 23 points. We need to see a big step up once again. But no, Erangel, first match of the day, is where the comeback can potentially begin for these teams.
They're currently the 6th Turkish team in the overall rankings. So they have 3 Turkish teams to overtake to make it into the top 3 at the end of the day. I'm glad that you mentioned Gimme Bowsy as well, Max. And that's kind of what makes this lobby pretty damn exciting, is that there's a number of teams outside of the current top standings that we can talk about, that we can set up, that we can highlight, and mainly a good way, but obviously sometimes in a bit of a bad way, and Gimme Bowsy being one of them. Mean Team as well. We kind of need to put them on a bit of a pedestal. Currently the 5th best European team, and yeah, they had a little bit of progress, but was it the kind of Mean Team day that is their best day? Definitely not. Absolutely, definitely not.
Definitely not indeed, but here we go, ready for our first match of day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series for EU. We'll have to see how things are going to be wrapping up for some of these teams. But Vengadores also a force to be reckoned with. We didn't talk too much about them on the pre-show, talked a lot about expectations for all the teams around them, but man, Vengadores, we saw some sick place on these guys. They started off with a chicken dinner on Erangel, followed up with a 2nd place on Erangel. Pretty much like mirrored the performance of Dagestan 77 on those two first angles, but man, those two teams are looking fantastic. And if we stopped, even if we stopped right now the tournament, and all the top teams, you know, top 3 teams of Turkey and top 4 teams of Europe qualified, I would really not be disappointed. I think that they all shown absolute greatness. The question is now, can they keep it up in a second day, or is their performance going to fall off and other teams going to take those spots?
The 3 Wrangle games yesterday were won by Vengadors that you just mentioned, Dagestan 77 that you just mentioned, and Melise. The reason why I mentioned that is because we haven't really talked too much about Melise, and they were a little bit of a surprise, but we also saw it coming, right? Melise had one of the best performances of the day with that final game, Chicken Dinner. Very impressive on the northern side towards the end of the game. So yeah, I think they need to get their due respects coming into today's games. Currently 3rd overall. Hopefully we will see more from Melise Esports as Phase 1 has popped up. And it's gone a little bit over towards that western side of the map.
A little bit over to the west, but you know what? Not going to be too much of an issue for some of these teams. We've seen that even bad playing path teams can deal with them pretty efficiently, so I'm not going to be too spooked for some of these teams. We should be A-okay. Phase 1 circle, though, does pop, and it's going to be pretty much over to the western side. So eastern playing path, western circle, going to have that little bit of rotation over to the eastern side, so teams just need to be a little bit careful to not be caught off guard if a team is rotating nearby. So yeah, just going to require a little bit more awareness, but I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for these teams. At the end of the day, they're still the best 16 teams out of 256 total, so still a pretty big achievement to make it just here, but you always want to go a little bit further to reach PMNC.
Okay, so the Real Brave are getting a bit of a name for themselves in kind of hot dropping. I know in yesterday's, I believe it was either 2nd or 3rd Erangel game, where they didn't quite hot drop Major Pride Clan, but they did go for the engagement. In this first game, they have hot dropped along with Gamma Bassi. Is it targeted? No. Is it not really thought out? I kind of don't think so. I think it's just a product of a different kind of playing path, and we have 2 teams that happen to have the same secondary drop spots kind of thing. And now we have 2 teams that are dropping in Novo. Interesting how they have a bit of a setup between the 2 teams. In my opinion, Gamma Bassi have a clear advantage. When all 4 of the Real Brave players are in crates, you're kind of a lot more locked down on how you can wrap around, how you can rotate, how you can set up any kind of initial engagement. As it happens though, they've opened that to get the first knock. Hopefully we switch over.
Yeah, Game Bassi are kind of serving as like the patrol. You decide who gets in and who gets out of Novo. But right now, apparently, they're going to be taking a fight. And that first knock is going to create a great opportunity for the Real Brave. We'll see, of course, how they're going to try and approach it. One thing I want to avoid seeing from the Real Brave, I think we saw it a little bit yesterday, solo pushes. Big issue for them. We want to see that synergy being a little bit stronger. Right now, we can see on the minimap, they're all in line. They're all pushing together. That's great. That's an improvement. But careful, that nade is coming in. Could be good. Ooh, just runs away. Doesn't quite hit the target. Good nade of trade. But play spotted out. Nice off angle. Going to be spotted out by Zane. And now Gamibasi, they're just stranded. That one player, cure play, not going to be able to find a cure for those wounds. And now they're just split away. Gamibasi, do you hold on to this spot? Because as we said at the start of the day, Imperium, they were not in a comfortable position in the rankings. If they lose this, they're going to have to start really putting the metal to the pedal to get themselves in a good spot.
It was great by the Real Brave because even though the revive on the initial knock came up, getting that kind of that second knock / another knock continues to push the advantage for the Real Brave from a body standpoint. The issue for me is that Zane has kind of repositioned himself into crates, and I don't think the whole squad of the Real Brave should be in crates. Maybe they think that one of the Gemabasi players is going to alternate onto crates and they want to stop that. It kind of looks to be that way, but you're still looking at a 1v1 between Zane and Dwayne. Zane comes out on top.
Dwayne gives his life to try and get the res onto cure play. Yeah, that's one way you just got to let it go. I respect the attempt with the smoke row, but when he's so low, you have to jump out of your safety spot to actually put yourself in danger's way to get that res, it's just not worth it a lot of the time, especially in the early game. Even if they win this fight as a 2-man, you're not getting a chicken dinner, and you really need those wins.
Yeah.
Zane gets that one confirmed. Second elimination so far to the name of the Real Brave. And yeah, I mean, we had some questions. No, Game Basti a little bit of an advantage point, but the fact that they're so split, you can't get those reses too easily. Your man advantage gets dispelled so easily if you're just slightly contested.
We didn't see how the initial knock occurred. I believe it was because that player from Gemabasi, as far as I know, it's a KO champ, was running out in the open, up on the hill across from Crate, and that's how the Real Brave caught him out. But credit to the Real Brave, they've been extremely reactive and proactive. Off the back of that initial knock, they pushed in, they protected a counter trade in terms of the Crates area. Now they want to get the squad up, they want to get that third elimination, and they want to take over Novo.
He's got himself a DBS in hands though, Bestie. See if we can take himself a good fight. Puts up with the Scar. A little bit of a spray down, but one bullet all you need. The double tap is huge, but the nades connect for Zane. And that's going to be Gemabasi using an extra one. Echo Champ trying to join up late, but your footsteps are heard. Yeah, you just leave that. You do not stick around any longer. And knowing the Real Brave, I wouldn't even be surprised in Pyramid if they try and chase him down. So you need to get out of here ASAP. But 3 limbs going away of the Real Brave.
Yeah, 3 eliminations. You're right about Echo Champ. Get the hell out of Dodge. It's not going to be easy because the only direction he can really go is up the hill out in the open. And
oh, no.
Boom goes the Dynamite. Boom go Gemabasi. They're not going to go much further. And they're going to have to restart their attempt to make it into the top 3 Turkish teams making it through to the PMNC in Game 2 of the day. And the Real Brave, they can continue forward. They haven't really wasted too much time. Yes, the blue zone is closing in and we're 8 minutes in, but for a Novo engagement where they dropped in crates, again, I'm impressed by the Real Brave. Really, I am.
I think it was actually a little bit easier for the Real Brave because they could push as a unit, and even if they would get knocked, they could easily go for the res compared to Gemabasi. That once again, this big split. It's a good split for information gathering, taking some pot shots, making teams are going to struggle to move out, but you lose that first player, then your entire situation just crumbles apart and falls to pieces. So a 2-2 split could have maybe been a little bit of a better option, but they did not go for it. Anyway, now moving on to the mainland, seeing exactly what's going on. Circle is just about closed, about to go into phase 2. Going to be shifting up the gears a little bit more. And I'm seeing Icefrag Esports as we transition to their location on Everest. Literally middle of Circle, getting all the information as a 4-man crew. Once again, I love their macro, and I think that this is great to give them the information to pull off the best macro they can.
You notice, Icefrag, I notice my color. The best split on this location of the map. Cube compound, and then you have the compound to the south of the river outside George Paul.
North Everest, yeah. It's a great split.
Incredible split. Now, to me, they might want to find a way around Everest because this phase 2 is not favored that cube location because you're in the minority of the circle when you split it in half, right? And you have that massive mountain stopping you. Will they push up Everest and take on Icefrag?
I thought they were going to go for the compound. They had 1 player there. I did not think they were going to send it to Everest because that compound is still strong.
They are.
It is still a really good position. But they're pushing east side of Everest. I mean, Icefrag Esports were pretty split, so maybe if they just pull off a really snappy, really fast rotation, that could work out and they could just surprise Icefrag Esports. But now looking at the minimap, I think that there's a little bit of doubt that's been installed in the minds of my colors. They're like, there's a few players up there, okay? Let's not mess around. Let's find another better option. That compound is also a good position where Sativan currently stands. So, yeah, sure, they got a little bit spooked. I would be spooked too in their situation, and they find another really strong compound that's in a good position in Circle. No, more harm than harm? More scare? What's the sentence? I forgot.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit confused but I understand what you're trying. No harm, no foul. There you go.
Yes, that's right.
As Rise Esports are gonna fall foul to a nade at the hands of Metana. Pastor was knocked. Carrot's gonna get knocked. The trade kind of comes in to give shelter position. Sorry, not shelter. Shooting range position as a little bit of a clean exit for Meme. Plus Rise Esports lose another. Hopefully the revive on the car will keep Meme team up as a trio.
He's your favorite player now, isn't he? After that interview, Imperium. Tell me.
Kind of is.
Yeah,
kind
exactly.
Of is.
That's what I thought. Anyways, Rise Esport, I mean, currently struggling in yesterday's 5 matches. Just one nade, that's all they really need. And Bleak Snake, the last chance for this team, does use the med kit. The nade's there, does barely survive that nade, but the thing is, it's still got more. There's more from where that came from. Does get himself inside the shed, but that's going to make it even easier to just go the nade or go for the pre-fire. Passes the one to initiate the fight. We're said to be one of the top players on Meme team, and you have nothing to do in this area. And that's it. Rise Esport eliminated in 15th, and Meme said it. We need to step up, and sure, they lose a player, but that's still 4 points for the count.
Phase 2 Blue Zone starting to close in. Yeah, my color disengaged, and they have that compound all to themselves. Ruins and Edge of Headshot Hills is a flurry of teams. This side of I believe it's MP Academy, if I'm not mistaken, are in a Ruins spread, which isn't really a bad thing because they have the kind of north of Ruins where Cathedral is. So it creates a stronger rotation potential on the Phase 3 shift. TTA are a little bit down south of them, and they have that compound that's on the higher ground side of Ruins Hill. Again, not too bad. The Nameless to me are in the most awkward position around the Ruins Headshot Hills terrain, and we see a massive shift on Phase 3 up the northwest. Oh my god, my color, get the hell back to where you were in Phase 1. That compound that's south of the river, north of Everest, is perfect for Phase 3.
The thing is, we know Imperium that no one's there. They don't. It is a risk to send it fully blind. No, I mean, they know. Yeah. It's been like 5 minutes since they've been in that position. So, lack of information, they're going to try and speed their way up there. True. I do like that. You're just committing like, okay, we're going to take the gamble that position is available. We're just going to full send it. I like it, but another team apparently had the same idea, so we might have a clash on the roads unfolding with my colors and the team that's right next to them. I have to see how things are going to be panning out. As Meme team, they might just arrive hot across that bridge position.
Are they set? Are TTA going to South George Crate? No!
And my colors are going back to their previous compound. I feel like, okay, my colors are maybe getting a little bit too spooked. I understand the fight versus Ice Frag Esport. They don't want to take it and they went for the compound instead. I think that's a rotation maybe you commit to. Because you're a little bit deep.
Yeah, I want to be critical of my colors, right? I'm all for kind of reacting to a situation, but you either rotate or you don't rotate. If you rotate, commit to that rotation, right? Or just a little bit along the way. And if you're not going to rotate, then don't rotate. Don't turn around and go back where you were. That shows arguably a lack of leadership, to be a bit harsh on my color.
I have another point of criticism I would make potentially on that play. Okay. Their rotation there was all about speed. It was all about getting ahead of all of the competition, all the teams, as you said, the flurry of teams in Ruins to try and get ahead of them and potentially get priority in that position, which is where they were earlier. By going back, all of that speed rotation has been lost. All of that momentum has been lost. Now all the teams are pretty much ahead of you. How are you going to rotate without fighting? Unfortunately, the circle, there's a big chance it's going to go north of Everest. They are going to have to fight and go for a breach. They will not be on the defending side.
And here's the thing. My logic for them turning around was that they opted to maybe think, okay, well, we can catch teams out coming from the south, right? We can pick up a couple of eliminations for the Scragglers. But my point is, if you're going to do that, you know, from the start of the circle shift. Don't change your mind, you know, 15, 20 seconds in or after already starting to rotate. Either way, we determined it was a little bit weird. Meme team, they determined to send themselves across the bridge onto the compound that we thought my color would go to.
Yep, that's going to be Topathy over there.
Oh
Send over the 2 extra players
Killer.
with the AUG. It's Killer. Great connection. Got himself to 40 bullets in that clip. And you know what? It's a great little position here. And the cool thing about Southern George Pole, it can host a lot of teams. But what's going to be the issue, Imperium, is when Southern George Pole is not in circle, or if the circle goes there, which it does. I was not expecting that. Okay, that really caught me off guard. A lot of teams can still go there. That's the thing, but it's going to be an almost city finish if it keeps going on crates, and that's going to be a wild, wild finish for the first game of the day. That's going to wake you up.
WTF LMFAO. Like, yeah, this is day 2. I did not expect that circle shift at all, centering on top of crates. I still determined that it was risky to commit to crates this early in the game, but hey, look, high risk, high reward, and it's worked out for the time being for the Nameless, for TTA, for Melise, for Major Pride Clan. So yeah, good stuff for those 4 teams.
Oh, my colors, that's a YOLO play right there. They just full sent it. No information available for them. Like, okay, we're just going to gun it, speed up the rotation, hope we get there unscathed, which as of right now, worked out. They still got 4 players alive in crates. That's massive. We'll have to see, of course, what's going to be unfolding, but as teams adds up to the teams inside of crate, it's going to be less and less space to work with. Teams that are rotating late are going to struggle. And I'm looking at Everest right now. We got all these teams. We got, what is that, 6 teams right now on phase 4 in crates, which is absolutely mental. Yeah, still 2 teams on Everest that are going to have to leave extremely soon. That's going to be IceFrag Esports and Vengador.
What's your thoughts on IceFrag staying in Everest? Do you think that was overall a net positive? Is that what you would do? Is that what you expected? I'm instantly thinking it's not a bad idea, but I'm curious on what your thoughts are.
If I'm them, I have this information. At least they're clearing out VGS, so that's good. But you have that information, the circle shifts. You should be instantly in those cars moving down. Because you know that teams are not yet in that position. You know what's available compared to all the other teams. Like my colors, their rotation was blind. Mean team, their rotation was blind. Same for Nat's thing for pretty much most of the teams in that location. But though, Vengador is going to be sending himself inside of crates. Once again, a YOLO play similar to what we saw from my colors. And he's just locked inside a crate. He's ready to be shipped by our good friends from DHL. But he's shipped right to the graveyard. Apparently, that's going to be the case for one of their players. Up 9k. Knocked on down, but the res is still possible to pull off.
I really appreciate Cecilia Esports as well, by the way. They rotated through the South George buildings, and the high ground that overlooks the crate is incredibly valuable in this kind of circle. Now, it's flat and it's open in between that hill and the crate building, so if they have to go to crates on the next shift, it becomes a lot scarier. But in terms of like playing the safe game, not panicking and trying to center into crates, it was quite intelligent for Cecilia.
Quite intelligent indeed, but Circle still moving up. I'm intrigued to see what Cecilia's going to be doing, because chances are the Circle's not going to be coming their way. So a breach seems like is going to be forced upon Cecilia. That's the main issue. They must be ready for a breach that they might have to go for, unless the Circle is lucky enough for them not going in crates. It doesn't look likely. That might be the best case scenario for them. But even then, if they want to rotate south, there's the real Brave. There's also going to be Dagestan 77. They are surrounded. Cecilia, a breach is just on the horizon. There's not many ways for them to avoid it.
Beautiful spread and rotation from Magma. Utilizing that low ground on the river's edge in between North and South George. They know at this stage of the game that nobody's on North George, so their backs are covered. Unfortunately, the next circle shifts heavily down Southwest, so they have a hell of a journey ahead of them, but I still got to appreciate the attempt from Magma to do kind of what Cecilia were looking to do and kind of play a little bit edge while still being in a position to try to pick off players.
I don't know why I'm looking at the circle, makes me think of the yin and yang.
Oh, yeah. Which one is evil and which one is peace?
Straight is absolute evil and peace is I got 100%.
I agree. Yeah.
But the thing is, Dagestan is first out. It would almost be worth out. It is the third part. Brave.
TTA? TTA?
Get himself a little bit deeper south in crates. Gonna get picked up one by one. Currently 2 players knocked. It's gonna be Fearless and Keen. The thing is, as they get packed closer and closer, you're in nade range. That's gonna be the main issue for these teams.
One, they didn't need to move. 2, on vehicles? Without an opening? Without an initial knock? Without any real hard protection? That was very silly for TTA. Yeah, but it was silly. It was kind of silly, TTA.
I mean, what I'm saying is that at least they could have put out some smokes. I'm okay with the car rotation, but doing a car rotation without smokes to really hide yourself when you're picking up speed and when you're going to crash, That's a little bit of a sticky situation to be in. We'll have to see, though. It's going to be the Nameless still trying to spray their way forward on the northeastern side. They don't have an option, though. Compared to TTA Imperium, we need to see the Nameless push their way forward deeper and deeper into crates. Now they're fighting directly with my colors. As we're having some even more action, man. The elimination feed is just lighting up every single second. Zane is actually picking up 600 damage this game. Impressive result from him, but can they go further? Apparently not. He's going to get picked up and eliminated by one of the players in the opposing team. Nameless now made inside the crates area. They've been able to cross that section without losing a single player. That's a huge win. But as we said, it's Nade City right now, Imperium, inside of crates, and you don't know where they're going to be coming from.
Kenzo popped off for us in the final game of the day. He's been able to heal up, and Magma coming in from behind. That's what I did like about their position, and even though they had a harsh journey, none of the teams inside crate would have been looking behind, and the Nameless are going to get battered, bruised, and broken.
The thing is, it doesn't matter who wins this fight, because I think Magma's going to win it. They're just waiting for the fight to wrap up, and they're going to pick up the pieces. That's going to be it. The Nameless are going to be completely battered, eliminated. My color's down to one player. And actually in their position, I mean, look at that Magma.
Oh my god.
It's time to... Oh, there's still one player. It's still Hala here from the Nameless is going to be alive. An edge on the crates finish is absolutely meant to. It's so risky, but it's working out so well right now, at least for Magma. Now, be careful, maybe a little bit too far. You're going to be spotted by the teams that are willing to gatekeep, and look at that circle shift Imperium. South of the road, Dagestan 77's position is once again a game-winning position.
The evil has been shifted away from this phase 3 shift. It's apparently going to be all peace, but I gotta say, there's gonna be no peace until the very end, and we determine who wins game 1 of day 2. TTA, the remaining players, are starting to do something as they move out of the crates buildings. That's the smoke road that we kind of wanted to see, right? As Magma loses Freak.
Yeah, Freak knocked on down. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue because they just have the man advantage. My colors, that's it. They're swept away. Still one player from the Nameless. Just sticking around. I think it's Halad that's still there, and he's just going to stay pro. And Cecilia Esports picked up. We knew they were going to have a tough rotation. Yeah. They literally had no escape from their western position. So they had to breach. Unfortunately, the breach did not quite work out. Pride going to be also engaging themselves versus VGS, it seems. So a lot of action's going to be unfolding currently for a lot of these squads. Major Pride Clan going to be the one now going for their respective push versus actually VGS pushing onto Major Pride, it seems. And Magma, nice smoke road, going to be able to get a lot of clearance, a lot of hiding spots. But unfortunately, you have no information as to where the other teams and players currently stand. And they're now starting to lose members one by one by one. As the Nameless, the last player gets picked away and they get eliminated in 10.
Yeah, Melissa are a different beast indeed. The winners of the final game yesterday as a blue flurry in. All those smoke straight. Clutch lives up to his name and he clutches up, looks for another. The hit markers are just rocking for Clutch 19.
I would love to see him wrap on the right side behind that crate. It would be massive. It's just completely unexpected. They're going to get himself in the buggy, trying to unstuck it. Apparently, we'll have to see. He's currently towed.
Okay.
Major Pride Academy trying to push himself just a little bit forward, but it's not looking too good in an angle. Don't forget, yeah, these little windows, they could be a major issue. That nade's looking good. Will it connect onto Kiss? It will do a little bit of damage if he gets the first aid pulled off right after. But now Scarlet also going for his push. Not too much information right through the smokes. Where is he? Not too sure. He has a good idea. He loses the fight. Scarlet get absolutely wrecked. And he just jumps out of the blues. And how are you still alive, Witcher? And he's not. That explains everything.
Magma, Vengadors, trying to hold on. Major Pride Clan as MPA go down. Vengadors has one player left up. The nade comes in, but it's not enough. Creepy is going to get knocked down to his knees. We have 3 teams left. And by the way, while all of this happens, we have to point out the fact that Dagestan 77 has just been picking people off left, right, and center. This is a fight for second place.
That's why I said 2 circles ago, Imperium. It is a game-winning position if the circle goes south of the road, which happened right here, and I'm still surprised no team has been able to just push them out. And they're still alive as 4 players. I mean, 100%. This is a Dagestan 77 chicken dinner to wrap up the day. No questions asked right there. But the main question here is who's going to be taking second place? Is it going to be Major Pride Clan Or are we going to be seeing potentially TTA pulling a little bit of a spanner in the works here? Keen trying to rush his way forward, but he's going to be spotted. There's no way. And he's running, not able to heal up, and he's dead. That's it. TTA get a third place, and Major Pride Clan will secure himself 5 eliminations and a second place. Unless they win it. Which I don't think they will. I said unless
it's
because it just
2v4.
Yeah.
The spread is perfect. Dagestan know exactly where Major Pride Clan are.
Exactly. Unless all of Dagestan just go out in blue for some weird reason, or get picked up by aliens and they just go AFK, then maybe. But you do not lose this. And Shifi's just looking aggressive. He wants that final elimination, and he gets it secured. Dagestan 77. The tradition has been wrecked, Imperium, as they secure their second chicken dinner of the tournament.
The European representatives started today in first place, and they're going to end this first game in first place. No two ways about it. It was a dominating result overall, not without a cheeky little bit of circle look, right? We do have to put that. Not often do we kind of put circle look, you know, into a factor of a team winning, but definitely Dagestan 77 had the extra little bit of circle look. Plus, that compound that they had, it can be difficult to hold it because it's only 2 small buildings, but because the circle ended around that area kind of so late into the game, and so many teams had committed to South George Crates, the risk of crashing that compound was too much, so Dagestan 77 just had the easiest time of playing the hard cover and picking players off.
I don't like. The thing is, sure, you could say circle luck for Dagestan 77. I don't even think it's just pure circle luck right there, because
it wasn't pure circle luck. It wasn't pure circle luck.
Yeah, okay. But the thing is, a lot of teams could have decided to breach their location, which I believe we didn't catch any on the actual stream. I do believe we did see a few teams try and crash it, and they defended it just so well, surviving as 4 players, going for the angles, sending Shifu forward because they want those extra points. It was just looking magnificent from them on their control of that game. It's looking great. But you know what? They were potentially energized by Monster Energy, of course, able to keep them on track for this chicken dinner. I'm going to tell you, you're going to need every single bit of energy you can get from these monster cans if you want to be able to get yourself those chicken dinners. But Circle, came their side of the road. Absolute Peace wins, and they cleansed the bad side of Crates, which is an interesting game. I didn't expect that to start off the day, but I'm woken up, and hopefully the teams and players are also waking up. We'll be back right after this break for another game of Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Well, Imperium, it sounds like Dagestan 77 mean business entering into day 2, apparently. They really want to make it over to their regional PMNC, and you know what? From what we've seen so far, and the level of play I've been seeing throughout last year in PMPL, I would say Dagestan would not feel out of place in the PMPL setting. They're looking so good right now.
They have qualified for the PMEC. Simple as that. Not only because there's 4 slots available for the European teams, but honestly, that standard is yet to be matched. We've highlighted, you know, Vengadors and kind of what they did, at least in the first 2 games. Yesterday, we've highlighted, you know, Melise with a strong result, etc., etc. Ice Frag with definitely good macro. But in terms of putting it all together, in terms of having the best of strong aggression and solid macro, Dagestan have it all in this lobby at least.
I did have 2 other teams in mind that could have potentially contested with Dagestan. It was going to be, I mean, we can look at the match standings and I can talk about them still to see exactly which 2 teams I thought. I thought of the Real Brave, or it could also have been Ice Frag Esports, because there were 2 teams that had information on Dagestan's compound, knew exactly what was potentially going to unfold. I mean, both of us in Imperium, we called out that if the circle goes south, that is the game-winning position. They could have breached it. The main issue was that third party. The fact that 3 teams were vying for that position was what caused as many issues as possible. Otherwise, it's a pretty straightforward push, but unfortunately they didn't go for it. It didn't work out, and 29 points on the game for Dagestan 77. They're looking hot for today.
And this is why you kind of, you know, countered my initial point after the game and kind of said, hey, it wasn't so much circle look. Because that 14 eliminations, and by the way, they had a minimum of 8 when there's still, I believe, 6 to 7 teams left. You know, so they had done a fantastic job of, in any way, shutting a team down in terms of, you know, breaching or crashing. Plus, you know, you always have to be like extra secure around covering your position, covering your area of the map, and plus, you know, when you have the opportunity to get free eliminations, you're silly to not do that. And Dagestan clearly took that opportunity, and yeah, very, very impressive. Melise with 12, TTA with 12, Vengador still at least consistent with 11, so that is something that we can continue to put on their box of positives. But without a second chicken dinner, Dagestan will continue to jump ahead.
We can definitely say that TTA, Esports, and Magma have been the 2 teams that had definitely a nice step up. Meme Team also could potentially add them to the list of teams that have stepped up this match, but how much has that helped them out on the overall rankings? We're going to check it out right now to see exactly how many extra slots they could have potentially got. And you know what? Magma, not in last place anymore. Sure, it's only a 2-point difference. It's not looking that great, but TTA pushed up in 10th position. Meme Team in 8th position. That's a few extra decent points, but 111 for Dagestan 77 Imperium. Yeah, you said they were qualified. It was like, it's still got 4 matches. I'm like, looking at this now, I don't know how they get pushed out of their regional top 4.
Look at that difference between placements and eliminations, 56 to 55. That is picture perfect, right? That is take a picture, frame it, sell it for a couple of million euros in the art market, turn it into an NFT, do whatever you want, because that is the most valuable distribution that any team could focus on. And you know, meme aside and you know, funny or non-funny stuff aside, that is really, really good from Dagestan 77. And it's something that every single one of these teams should be striving to do.
I don't want to hear about NFTs on a broadcast right now.
I didn't stop. I continued through it. You brought it up again.
Hey, no, I want non-fungible chicken dinners. That's the kind of NFT I'll be behind.
Yes.
I don't know that much, but we'll see. Major Pride Clan also able to have himself some decent points this game. Still, I want to see a Major Pride Clan chicken dinner. I think it's going to be happening today, but I think that this game, despite the fact that Dagestan 77 got himself that chicken dinner, we can almost have it as a write-off because it was a weird circle, right? If teams two at the top had a bad game or teams at the bottom had a good game, I think we can put it down to this game being an X factor. It was weird to deal with. Now, next game, hopefully a little bit more chill for these teams over on Miramar. Hopefully we can have a little bit of a more interesting approach to some of these teams. And I'm still looking out for My Colors, did get himself that chicken dinner as 3 players. Once again, if you missed out on yesterday, My Colors took themselves that chicken dinner on the one Miramar of yesterday with only 3 players going into the match, which is absolutely mental. So yeah, I'm hyped to see. A lot of expectations have been set, but still, it's now time do we need to see the teams on the second half of the rankings to step up, and there's still time. There clearly is 4 matches.
Definitely.
That's a lot of time, but it's starting to slowly, surely get to the point where if you're still behind after the next 2 matches, 3 matches, chances are you're not making it to the next stage.
It is currently EU in first, followed by Turkey. My colors is sorry, Europe, Turkey, Europe, Turkey, followed by Europe. Icefrag is also this is gonna just be confusing. Icefrag is also Turkish, and then Meme Team is Europe in 8th. What I kind of mean by that is, as far as I know, Meme Team have jumped up into the 4th spot for Europe to head into PMEC. That's kind of, in a roundabout way, what I wanted to kind of highlight. But again, it's still a healthy balance between Turkey and Europe in terms of the overall standings.
I would have to say, as a good recommendation, it would be cool if we had like a little flag of, Europe flag or Turkish flag on the rankings, just so we know.
It would help.
Because like Turkey, EU, Turkey is like, I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. But
I'm trying to keep up with it, but it's difficult to.
I appreciate it.
It's difficult to verbally put it out there. It really is.
Yeah, I feel you. I would not do it myself because I'm probably going to mix myself up and I will not get things right. But also, when it comes to predictions, guys in the chat, feel free to tell us once again which team you expect to get that chicken dinner. And no, you're not allowed to choose Dagestan 77. They got too many chicken dinners. We need another team to get chicken dinner. So which other team will we see? Still hoping to see Gamebasi deal with it. That Novo drop was a little bit weird to kick off the day for them, so intrigued to see of course, this Miramar is interesting, but I want to see what they're going to do on the next angle to potentially elevate what happened on their first match.
Well, it was My Color that won the Miramar game yesterday, but in that moment, in that game, it could have been a number of teams that we had kind of highlighted. Dagestan 77 included, by the way. I forget who else it was.
It was a solo.
And then the solo of Icefrag as well. That kind of popped up and nearly stole the game away. It was either Melissa or Cecilia. Major Pride Clan as well was also in that kind of set of teams that could have won. So yeah, I could easily put a number of teams outside of Dagestan to win this Miramar game. It's difficult. It's divisive as a map to control and lock down. But yeah, hoping to see a My Colors second Miramar chicken dinner. I don't know why. Maybe it's you kind of speaking about them the way that you have in such a kind of positive light. Yeah, I'm all for a My Colors chicken dinner again.
I wouldn't say I talked to them in a positive light. It's more I talked about them as like they got a chicken dinner while coming into the game as only 3 players, which is just like, it is a shock factor.
Light, right?
It is more like a shock factor if you want.
Okay,
but
fair.
As 4 players, hopefully they got 4 players. Unless it's like, I can imagine also you have one player that's like, I hate Miramar. It's the worst map, and he just never plays it, and he just AFKs on that map. And that could be happening. That could be some
I
cool
can confirm. They have a full squad.
They have a full squad? Okay. So he does not hate Miramar to that extent. He actually enjoyed it. He's going to play himself. Some little bit of Miramar Dusty Gene action is going to be fun to see. But once again, here are our top 3 teams of the previous match. And no TTA, once again, a team we have not seen really show up in day 1 Imperium.
Yeah.
And we saw some pretty cool plays. It was desperate because, there were some plays happening inside of crates. It's not fun, but no, a team that needed to step up, and so far it's been a good start to the day with that first match.
Yeah, I kind of want to, correct a little bit of what I highlighted during the first game when they lost a player. When he got in the vehicle and made that push across, I still don't necessarily agree with why, with what he did, but I believe a little bit more logic around that is that it was one player pushing across to kind of sacrifice himself to say, that information sacrificial lamb play. It wasn't 2 players, it was just 1 player. So if that's the case, that was okay, and I think that aided in TTA knowing where around Christ they wanted to push, and that was a big part of why they ended up getting a second place. So I want to kind of retract a little bit of my negativity around that vehicle play and say, hey, look, fair play, TTA. You had a plan of action. You executed it. It looked weird, but it worked for them to get second place.
Yeah.
Sorry, third place.
I don't know if I would say plan of action. They survived the madness. They survived it for as long as they could, is the way I would potentially put it. But yeah, they had to deal with it. They took the brunt of the flame, and they was able to somewhat work out at the very end. Playing path, though, from Miramar is going to be from southern Puerto Paraiso to southern El Pozo. So we know that there's quite a lot of teams that like to drop towards like the northern side of San Martin or potentially Minas Generales. So not going to be the best for a few of these teams. Biz Miramar got a lot of space. So if you want to pull off that stretch of a rotation and drop, it can definitely happen. I'm seeing two teams above Picado. I don't know if they're going to drop there. No, I don't think so. Okay, we're fine. Only VGS is going to be in Picado, so they will not have to fight in the first phase of the game.
Ice Frag is dropping onto El Pozo. A mean team are going to kind of Trailer Park Ruins. It seems a very unorthodox drop spot, but it is one that can kind of work out because you don't really have to go through El Pozo to utilize that western road. And once you're conscious of rotation times, that can be a positive. It seems like Gemabazi have indeed looked to drop onto El Pozo with Rise Esports. The issue for Rise is that they haven't sent the full squad into El Pozo. For whatever reasons, Tana is on this south outskirts of that city, and that means he's a lot further away from the rest of the team.
I think Rise are looking a bit confident with a PMPL parachute. You're not there yet. I mean, actually, you're the furthest away from it right now. So you have to get rid of it. You need to be worthy to have the PMPL parachute right now. No. Well, we could get. Hey, can we get a Snapdragon Pro Series parachute in the game?
Oh,
I'd wear that with a color scheme, like the red color scheme and everything. Like, I think it would look pretty sick. Look pretty dapper, dropping down into the battlegrounds. I'd like that.
Can I get a Snapdragon parachute in real life?
That's why we're different, Imperium. If I jump, I'm not using a parachute. Just end it right there.
Jesus.
The end.
It's not often you say something.
It's very dark, right?
But Jesus Christ, man.
No. I
literally don't know what to say.
I'll just land on my 2 feet. I don't know what we're talking about. I'll just bounce.
Yes, little putty cat.
Oh, wow. With this fight, I think this is the second time we had this fight happen. I don't remember if it was these two teams we had yesterday fighting in El Pozo.
It was, but it was very different circumstances because remember, Gemabazi. Oh, that's a lovely nade. Gemabazi dropped outside of El Pozo, got an elimination onto I believe it was Carrot or Pastor of Esports, and then when the circle was in the opposite direction, they went back into El Pozo, which we found quite weird. This, at least logically, makes more sense, even though we, don't necessarily agree with hot drops in cities. El Pozo is kind of one that teams can coexist. As it happens, Gemabazi want to continue as they left off yesterday and engage onto the side of Rise Esports.
Gemabazi off to a better start than the previous match. At least that's good. He get himself that first elimination of this final Pozo. But wait, 15 teams, 57 remaining. Am I missing something right now?
Oh, did we have a team not join?
We have. Look, we have TTA already lost like one player. MP Academy already lost one player. Or did they spawn in us? Three?
No. We had it.
What happened?
Really? No. Are you actually serious? By my calculations, Max, we had Dagestan not join the lobby.
Oh yeah, I can't even see them. No, Dagestan 77. What happened there?
For whatever reason, I hopefully we will look to kind of find out if there's a reason why. But yeah, that's extremely weird. At least another team can finally win a game. Lol.
You know what? We said they had themselves a decent amount of points coming in from that previous match, and then they're still not safe to get that extra 4K in first place.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting. Not sure what happened there. Hopefully things can get sorted out for the next match, but there will be nowhere to be seen for this Miramar piece of action. Bestie gave himself that nice molly, and man, Bestie's been getting some sick little nades coming out on this early game fight in El Pozo. Looking good so far. Give Bassi though did lose Echo change FB, so Echo Champ FB should I say with a P.
Sounds like the name of a Pokemon.
It does actually.
It doesn't sound too similar to Machamp.
No, it doesn't. I mean, the word is literally in the name, so I guess not.
Fair.
Don't talk about Pokemon. I've been playing it too much.
I choose you, Echo Champ. Anyway, yeah, I'm still really curious about Dagestan 77 not being in the lobby. Sorry to kind of, vocalize that, but yeah, it is.
I was
very,
surprised.
very intriguing to me.
I think it's fair because I was looking at the player count. I was like, wait a minute. Like we have two teams that did also come into the game as 3 players, and one team that's just literally no show, which, as you said, is Dagestan 77. So it is weird. And I feel like Dagestan would feel really bad if this, whatever the hell happened, but if this caused them to potentially miss out on $4,000 extra dollars, because that's a pretty significant jump up in prize pool from second to first. So, yeah, not sure. Hopefully we'll see them in the next match. Hopefully they're not going to be no-show for the rest of the day. Because as I said, I think this is a team that could fare well in a PMPL setting, but you need to play, at least in Pro Series if you want to make it.
Definitely. You got to be in it to win it. That's standard stuff. We haven't really talked too much about the circle, by the way. Hovering around the southwestern side of the map, but it is still quite centralized. Picado somewhat in the middle. You have that road in between the north and south that has a lot of flat terrain. You can but the one benefit of that flat terrain by the road is that there's a lot of compounds. So if you're that kind of team that prefers to prioritize compound, you can utilize both the central position and the compound position in around the center of the circle. Otherwise, you've got the high ground just to the north of Chumasera. You've got the high ground to the north west of Chumasera. And if you want to stay a little bit further from the center, the Power Grid hillside is a fantastic place to rotate to early enough in this game.
I actually really like the Vengador's little split that they've got right
so
now. I would prefer to potentially see Scarlet with up 9k, or maybe have up 9k onto Scarlet's position. But currently having 2 players on the high ground position of Power Grid and 2 players around Picado vicinity, I think it's good. No, I don't really have an issue with that. It's phase 1 circle, so really you're not expecting crashes to happen that early on. You're just getting extra information and extra ground covered from that 2-2 split, so I am definitely down for it. But otherwise, I mean, you said we have to talk about the circle a little bit. It is a pretty common circle. We've seen the circle a lot. The main thing that's going to be pretty important for this game is going to be phase 2 to phase 3. If it goes south, it's all about those high ground positions, those valleys, those strong compounds on the crossroad sections. If it goes north, it's all about terrain knowledge, and there's also a few compounds you can hold on to, but mainly about that terrain knowledge around like Monte Nuevo, Power Grid, southern eastern side of El Pozo, southern western side of San Martin. Like all of those spots is all about terrain. So yeah, that's going to be drastically changing the approach of these teams in the next 1 to 2 phase potentially.
Another area that I didn't mention is the hill either side to the La Drolera Valley, because it gives you a massive high ground potential, and it really kind of opens the door to create a really solid kind of 4-man spread to spread however you want to set yourself up with. And as we do see phase 2 going a little bit up towards the northwest, yeah, that hillside becomes even more important for a team to control. And this is why I highlighted with Mean Team as well, and their option to drop in around the Ruins Trailer Park area. They understood that they can avoid El Pozo, and they did exactly that by sticking to the main road to the western side of the city. And one of the positives of that roadside is that there's a surprisingly high number of vehicles. So you're able to pick up 9 times out of 10, 4 separate vehicles. You're avoiding teams, and as it happens, especially for this phase 2, they have some of the cleanest rotation potential in this whole lobby.
They could get himself in a really good spot. We'll have to see how that rotation is going to wrap up. I do like where Meme Team are currently going towards. Like, I'm seeing a little compound on a little bit of a ridge cliffside that is really strong. If they're going exactly to that spot, I think they can be golden, but I think they might stop a little bit early. We'll have to see. MP Academy, though, a little bit of a split. Be careful to not be caught off guard by Magma. As you stated, Imperium, the villains of the lobby. But able to actually push himself out of last place. So that's a little bit of an improvement. And maybe begin a little bit of an ascent. Like, it is definitely achievable to make it into their regional PMNC, even if you're at the bottom. Like, that's the cool thing about 2-day tournaments. If you have one bad day, the second day can still be your ticket into that tournament. But we need to see them, like, get some third places on the board. Chicken dinners, even, I would say. But as of right now,
they're running out of time, Max.
Exactly. That's the main issue, is that you're running out of time so quickly. And with 4 matches to go, there's still that comeback potential. It's still there, but not for long.
Gemabazi moved out of El Pozo, and they have a great 3-1 split to that high ground outside of the city, in between El Pozo and Monte Nuevo. So that's quite healthy indeed. The 2 remaining players of Rise Esports got out of Dodge as quickly as possible, and they actually have themselves a decent position. Again, I highlighted the benefit of the low ground having compounds in play. That has been the case of Rise Esports, and the side of Major Pride Clan wanted to prioritize the compound low ground, but when you have a high ground position held by the likes of Mean Team, that's when it becomes a little bit dangerous for Major Pride Clan.
Can be a little bit of an issue. I'm really intrigued. I do want to see Major Pride Clan being able to just remain in that top 4 position, at least in the vicinity of it.
I want to see them win a game.
Exactly, because they're currently the first place team, the top team without a chicken dinner, is the way that I wanted to formulate it. Followed up with then Cecilia Esports right below them without a chicken dinner, and then you got Mean Team without a chicken dinner. Even the Nameless, I think Nameless could be a team to convert a chicken dinner.
Okay.
And because it's such a short tournament, I know I keep repeating this point, but a chicken dinner can be your golden ticket into the next stage.
Definitely.
Of the event. So there's definitely a lot of potential for those teams that don't have a chicken dinner. If they can pull off a Chaos, be on top without chicken dinner, and then they get a chicken dinner towards the end, is like the cherry on top. It is just absolute perfection. So yeah, I'm sure we'll see some teams being able to wrap it up. But as we wait now, we're about to see Phase 3, Circle Shift. Phase 2, as I said, wasn't as telling about what kind of terrain you're going to have to work with, but Phase 3 should be the one to just seal the deal and explain, at least give the idea to the teams of what's going to be unfolding. Oh, there you go.
Wow!
High ground position.
Okay. That is a hard shift and a half if I've ever seen one. Quite tricky if you're outside of the circle, not only north, but even to the east, because playing around the Chumasera Hills is quite long of a job to rotate on. And as the hill gets higher, you don't grab as much information as you would like. So I'm looking at Nax as finding a difficult task to get into the southeastern edge of the circle. They could opt to go in through the blue and come in through the southern edge. That could be a great way of making it into the circle without getting into an altercation. TTA, who were ahead, are going into the high ground south part of Chumasera. They need to go to the western side of the high ground. They can't be in the center like they are currently.
I feel like that's what Nax and Magma are doing right now. They're trying to go for southern rotate of Chumasera and just get access to the high ground, the valley positions to just get information. And if the circle goes south, they're going to be in a priority position when it comes to getting those chicken dinners. So yeah, I like what Magma and Nax are currently doing. The thing is, they're doing it at the same time in a very similar location. So potential crash is not out of the question. It is definitely possible if they're just not careful enough while they're rotating. But it seems like Magma might be going for Chumasera itself, and Nax might intend to go just further and beyond up on those hilltops.
I'm seeing some great professional macro from a number of teams, and it's something we kind of touched upon yesterday with a couple of teams, but I'm seeing it even more today. And that shows a great sign of an improvement in the competitive level across this region. And it's great to witness. TTA, like I said, needed to go a little bit more towards the west of the high ground. They have. You have down the bottom of the hill, the side of Nameless. Not in a good position, because disengaging from that building that they have is quite dangerous, because if they go north, they're in the open on the road. If they go south, it's directly up a hill where they have little information from. Yeah. To me, the Nameless's rotation on this Phase 3 was a little bit of sign of not desperation, like not in a bad way, but just in the terms of we don't really know where to go. We're not confident of where we want to go. Let's just go here. And it's a shame, but that's kind of maybe what's stopping them from executing a chicken dinner so far in these finals.
At least they're nameless to talk for their location on Chumacera. They're on the outskirts of it. That means if the circle shifts away, which there's a big chance of that happening, they will be able to or gatekeep the teams in Chumacera itself, which as of right now is TTA, or they can just leave the premises, and you're not going to be in really too much of an issue. So there's one positive to it, but it's still not the best. As you said, it's not the best to rotate away from. Circle shifts away, going to be relatively central for these teams. And that position right southwest of Meme Team is fantastic if they can go there, because there's a chance the circle is going to be shifting that location. But as of right now, no one's pulled the trigger. And I think that might be teams thinking a team might be there. So we'll see if Vengadores coming in a little bit late might snatch it up for themselves.
Vengadores might be a little bit bold and brave and hey, look, you know, what we don't know won't hurt us per se, and yeah, just go in blind for that push. The Nameless, on the off chance, are maybe looking for this engagement. You have one player, Hala, that is further back from the rest of the team, and I think, you know, a little bit similar to what TTA did in the first game. Potential sacrificial lamb situation for the Hala, distracting the whole of TTA while the rest of the team get in vehicles and move away.
Yeah, I felt that a little bit weird. All the team leaves, but not him. I don't think even leaving him behind, I don't think would help that much. So yeah, hopefully he can regroup with the rest of the Nameless and get himself in good position for the circle. That looked like a decent nade from Pasta. Does get some nice tick damage down onto one of the players of VGS. But the follow-up is not there. And the thing is, another team, Major Pride Clan, is going to be closing that gap slowly but surely on northeastern edge. Hearing those gunshots from a distance, do they want the third party or avoid it? Because it's phase 4, if I were them, I would potentially try and avoid it, but a lot of available space now in the circle, so it might just be the best option to push up and rock up on a third party. Oh, yeah, Dimension is there again.
Oh, wow.
He did it. He did the thing.
Yeah, because this is a point in the game where it's not needed to be overly aggressive. But what you want to look to do is manipulate the traffic, so apply enough pressure to push a team away from you, push them towards another team close by, right? So Vengadores need to be pushed away from Meme Team and towards Major Pride Clan. That'll then make it easier for Meme Team to safely third party.
Great engaging push onto Kiss. He's going to be spotted out the net. Peeks open the door. Hello, goodbye. Instantly shut down. This is a great little angle. We saw, I think, a player from BTR clutch this, like an entire 1v2 scenario from this position. It's just so easy. You get so much intel from that spot, and you can just jump down if needed. Loving way up 9K is currently playing at. Just an extra nade on the floor. That could be potentially turning the tides, but Dimension, he's too close for comfort. Up 9K is going to be flushed out because of that nade, and I'm telling you, Dimension has impressed me. He's currently my MVP of the tournament.
Wow. Bold statement. I kind of don't disagree. I think there's others that have stood a little bit more.
Big sniper shot goes boom, me likey. Okay? That's my analysis.
Effective. Yeah, I can't argue with that. I also can't argue with the fact that MPA are once again out of this game, and it's been a struggle bus of a finals up until this point, and I can't see it changing anytime soon for them. Meme Team lost Pastor. I don't know exactly who against, but for whatever reason, they're now down to 3. They're firing shots towards a couple of teams that are on towards the north and northwestern edge of the circle, but with Major Pride Clan getting the best out of the most of the side of Vengadores, Meme Team do have to watch their backs a little bit more heavily.
Oh, that's rough. Oh, that's real rough. That compound I was talking about, southwest on Meme Team, is not in play anymore. Now, if you are my colors, what's your game plan? Do you rotate to the 2 players north of that compound trifecta? That means the team can backfill on the south of it, or you just hold on to that one, gatekeep TTA, or gatekeep also Nax. Nax is a potential threat later on. I think they might try and go for the breach. And you just try and make sure you zone teams before regrouping. You got a lot of options right now, but I want to see if things are going to be working out. I think that my colors has potential in Pyramid here to potentially secure chicken dinner, but it's going to be a little bit of a tough task at hand.
Yeah, tough indeed. As the side of Ice Frag push up, one player knocked. They are still being aggressive, and third parties all around is alive. Has to try and heal inside the smoke, but the smoke is dissipating. There's one inside the vehicle. He sees it. He gets the knock, and another one comes out, and that is Gemma Bassi Esports eliminated by Ice Frag.
It's not looking great for Gemma Bassi. He got himself big L on the first match. Only 3 eliminations on this game because he got himself a few in El Pozo in the early stage. Really not showing up the way they should if they want to make it up there. They were in 13th position before this game, and seeing how Nax are in a pretty good transition point, they could drop an extra position or two. That is a very slippery slope Game Bassi Esports currently stand on, so we'll see if they can improve. Cecilia, also a team that we wanted to see get themselves some good results, but spotted out once again. Teams are dropping down like flies in Pyram at this point because there's such little space to work with, and yet so many teams still alive.
It's so out in the open, and it's a volatility of either massive high ground or massive low ground, and anything in between is pretty either blocked or just unattainable at this stage. Icefrag are going to look to try and find that in-between line, but there's a number of teams in front of them in the form of Nax and the remaining players of the Real Brave. One of them gets knocked, and Melise come in and gets a knock in between. Meme Potato, Meme Team are pushing in.
Yeah, but oh, wait, did he just get him while he was jumping out of the window? What? No.
No, I think that was a third party from the hillside. It was from the hill.
I was a little bit shocked for a second there, but you know what? Okay, VGS at least survive it. Meme Team get absolutely battered on the northeastern edge. Now, they'll have to see if they can try and heal up. At least they're close to the circle so they can get in there, but as a two-man, I think they're going to struggle to really create the space they need to flourish in this match. Icefrag Esport, they're going to get rucked upon. Lewis just rolling over him, and now he's going to be taking that fight. Jumps out with the Scar, but unfortunately overwhelmed. But he's got his teammate nearby. Can he be saved up? Apparently that is going to be a no, but he still has his 2 teammates of Clutch and Kiss keep the hope alive for Melise Esports.
Didn't need to lose a player though, Melise. A little bit poor from Lewis. I don't know why, but taking that risk on their own isn't worth it in Miramar, especially at this stage of the game. That extra body makes a world of difference. Decided a Nameless. Look, you know, the earlier play to move away from TTA genuinely worked in my opinion.
Yeah.
And they have a player in the anchor point of the circle, plus as a full squad. Now that position is quite flat out in the open, so how many players they lose is going to be a matter of time. But at the end of the day, having that anchor play, being able to move with that is definitely positive.
I mean, having Auron and Killer in the circle right now is just fantastic. If they can make sure they can clear, I don't know, TTA, VGS, the last player of Pride.
Yeah.
Of Major Pride clan, should I say, that would put them in great standings. But Auron, you can see on the elimination feed, gets spotted out and instantly shut down. That's going to be hurting them a little bit in the long run, especially because you have TTA Imperium slowly but surely going to be crossing that road. And I don't think anyone is really looking their direction, at least not the Nameless. So that extra little bit of a shock factor could ruin the chances of the Nameless to get this chicken dinner. We'll have to see, but Nax has been looking great. Very passive, very macro-focused, avoiding all of these fights in the early game to now survive as a 4-man, and they have all the resources they need for these fights. The nade is on point for Zapox. And that is going to be the end for my colors, swiped away in 6.
Nax Esports, let's go! They were in the eastern side, the northeastern side of the circle on phase 3. Their rotation, when it shifted away towards the western side of Chumasera High Ground, was absolutely perfect. Exactly what I wanted to see a team pull off, and it has worked out in, you know, in multiples for them so far. 7 eliminations for Melise as they try and contend with the likes of Nax playing in on that southwestern side.
Nax got to be careful now. They're going to be spotted on their ridge side, though. Pluto X still going to try and get himself more presence, trying to keep the teams guessing as to how he's going to spray this position up. Trying to clear out that car, making sure he can slow down the possible rotations of Melise Esports. I like this one. But this is looking like Nax's game to lose. They still have 4 players currently alive. Other players around them from the other teams are just dropping down like it's nothing. I struggle to see how Nax do not win this. The only issue is that there's a lot of angles that can surprise them, and that could cause them to lose a few players here and there. So they need to be very careful of what their next move is going to be, because they can't delay it anymore. They need to start moving in the circle right now.
Because it's 4v2v1v1, they still have the majority of the lobby. They have the majority of control. They do get 1 knocked, followed by a second.
What?
Your prophecy has kind of come through. 1 revive will be executed, but time is now being wasted. 35 seconds until the blue zone starts to close in on phase 6.
Kiss, that nade followed up with an M4 spray down, gets a double knock in like the blink of an eye. Absolutely something of beauty. Kiss! What have they done to you, man? They did. Man, that seems personal. I'm not gonna lie. Something's happened between these two teams. What is going on over here?
Hello, police. I'd like to report a murder that's being dealt by Kiss onto the side of Nax. Now, still the revive has been played out, so they're back up as a full squad. However, Maxman, again, time's being wasted. 30 seconds has been lost for Nax because of what Kiss did to them.
The thing is, they still have 4 players, and Melise still got to keep in mind is a player of VGS, unseen right behind them, clearly living up to his name. Invisible in this game, and he might just be able to get himself information on Killer, might get information also onto Melise, or might be able to just steal the chicken dinner away right after the final fight.
Killer needs to move.
He can't. He's done. He knows. The blue zone can't go for the heal. Boom. Game over. Denies an elimination. I like that. That's a good one, especially on a short-term tournament. One elimination could make a world of difference. But now it's time for Nax to go their way downhill. Unseen has been spotted away at the end, and that's going to be giving so much clearance over to Melise Esports. While Nax going even further and beyond, taking so many off angles, making sure this chicken dinner does not slip right through their fingers. And Kiss spotted away. Vengeance has been dealt. And it is going to be the chicken dinner coming the way of Nax Esports in game number 2.
It was close. Melise gave them a hell of a run at the end, but it was Nax Esports on a variable rotation that was executed to perfection in the mid portion of the game. From there, they controlled, they conquered, they dealt with the high ground comfortably, and they secured themselves a chicken dinner. You gotta ask though, Max, should Melise have pushed Nax off the back of that double knock? Even though it was a 2v2, I presume they knew or presumed it was a 2v2. Kind of pushing that and taking out the majority team in the lobby, that could have got Melise a chicken dinner.
There's 2 sides to each coin, Ryan. Especially in this situation,
true.
there's 2 options for them. Or you do the follow-up on those 2 initial knocks on Kiss, which, once again, that was an insanely strong play from him. Even 3 knocks he got at one point. He got another nade, but they got the res a few seconds beforehand. You can push that. The thing is, and I think this is the reason why they didn't go for it and they were deterred from doing that play, is I feel like they did not have the information on where the other teams, the other players were. And to push that, you need to go high ground, and you're spotted out from a lot of the teams. So they're just like, we're going to stay in that ridge. At least we know because of these extra knocks we got, we're safe for a little bit longer. And Nax are in the circle. They're going to be pushed our way. Maybe that's the way we turn the tide in our favor. So I understand your situation of like, no, they could go for the push, but I think just the situation added up to the conclusion of like, maybe it's better to stay in this spot. But the moment they got 4 players back up, Nax are like, going to branch out, take control to make sure, once again, this chicken dinner does not escape us.
And another factor is that because they were down to 2 players and they didn't know how many other teams that were left in the lobby, as it happens, there was like still, 5 teams left?
Yeah.
They kind of, probably their mindset was, well, we know we won't win the game, so let's play for second place, you know? And I think, you know, that's not a bad thing. It's okay. It's okay to do that sometimes. Melise kind of did the best that they could in the end. Either way, once again, well done to Nax.
You know what, Nax were in 14th position before this game. Maybe the dream is still alive for them. We'll have to see exactly how many points they were able to take home and where they currently rank on the overall leaderboard. So we'll have to check that one out right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let's go. sign if they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see.
Nax Esports knocked down the competition on Miramar for the last Miramar of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the EU region, and in dominant fashion at that. But I've got to say, Imperium, Kiss did throw a spanner in the work at some point. That one nade you saw right there in particular, I gave them a run for their money, but luckily enough, they heal up and get the win at the end.
Is it bad that I'm kind of laughing at the fact that you said the word "but" followed by "kiss," even though they were not in conjunction with anything like that?
I think that's just you and your mind, Imperium.
Yep, it is. Yes, it is. And I will fully hold my hands up and admit that. Indeed, a double nade by Kiss was wonderful. Not to take away from what you said, it was fantastic from Melisse, and it kind of shows how dangerous they really are. I know, Max.
Continue.
Yeah, and is it just a Miramar thing for Melisse? No, sorry, they won the last game yesterday, so yeah, my apologies, but scratch what I just said. For Melisse, it was quite good, but again, Nax played the best game. They really did play the best game in terms of macro, micro, putting it all together, and kind of taking advantage of teams unfortunately being in tricky positions around them.
Yeah, really good plays all around, and of course when you do some good plays you're rewarded with points, but how many points exactly? That's what we're going to be checking out the round reports, exactly how many were taken home by Nax Esports, and 22 is the number of points they're going to be taking home. And if I'm not wrong, did they, wait, I might be completely wrong on this. Didn't they have 22 points before this match?
No, I believe they had
24?
16. No,
Oh, okay.
They only had 16 points before this. Because I even actually took a screenshot.
Ah, okay. Then
It was Gemabasi that had 23 ahead of them.
okay. Oh, okay. So I thought that would have been cool, but still, they more than doubled all of their
Exactly.
points in a single match. It is even better than what I thought at first. So yeah, Nax Esports, definitely some good performance. Good macro, as you stated already, Imperium, that rotation south to avoid all of the fights, get the high ground position, get all the information especially that they required from that spot to make that play at the end was key to their victory over here on Miramar. Yeah, Malaysia Esports able to get himself a few extra points here, 20 on board, but the thing is, you're still seeing Vengadores get himself some points, and unfortunately for reasons, Dagestan 77 did not join the lobby. And now opens up a door for Vengadores. Like, man, them and Malaysia Esports could close on that first place.
I kind of want to highlight Vengadores' last 3 results, including this, right? Or even last 4, but yeah, last 4. 14 in this game. In the previous game, they had 11. In the last game of the day yesterday, they had 12. And in the game before that yesterday, they had 6. That is some great consistency from Vengadores. Like, extremely good consistency. So, you know, while Dagestan, you know, from a spotlight standpoint have kind of stood out a lot more, Vengadores are arguably winning the consistency game.
Yeah, exactly. Consistency is looking really good for them. But looking at the overall rankings, of course, to see exactly how many were enough to push them up on the rankings, and we'll have to see. But Dagestan still holding strong with 111. They just didn't even have to play the game Imperium. They're just like, yeah, take a little break, take a little breather right now. But Malaysia Esports and Vengadores, of course, are still closing that gap, knocking on the door of those triple-digit points on the overall rankings. But Imperium, I'm getting angry. I really want to see my Major Pride Clan chicken dinner. I have not been served the chicken dinner from Major Pride Clan yet, and I am mad. I am fuming. So I want to see it, hopefully, in the next match or two. Because I still think this team can do greatness. I mean, technically speaking, they would still qualify to their regional PMNC, but I still want a chicken dinner. I think that would seal the deal for them as being like a great team that has great potential.
Please, Major Pride Clan, get a chicken dinner just to make Maxman happy.
Thank you.
You don't want Maxman to be angry. When Maxman gets angry, things go wrong. So, he is the caster curse after all. So, you know, it's kind of like Hulk when he turns green and goes, "Arr!" That's what Maxon could be like in PUBG Mobile terms.
I'll just reach out to Zute and say, Zute, you want to do a collab, and then just the world implodes. It's game over for everyone involved there. But yeah, we'll see. Of course, Major Pride Clan has been looking good, really consistent, but I hope that we can see a little bit more from them. Of course, I can see, of course, if Major Pride Clan is potentially one of your prediction over there with you guys in the chat. It is definitely going to be my team to predict for this game. I want to see a chicken dinner from the boys. How about you, Imperium? Which team might you be looking at for a potential win on the second angle of the day?
Having a look at the overall standings as I move over to my spreadsheet because I'm a professional. My colors.
Okay. My colors. I mean, currently.
No, I said that last time.
You said my colors a lot.
I did.
It is not my colors, Imperium. It is our colors. Okay, they're everyone's team. They can all pick them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Go for it.
Yeah. But see, here's the thing. Like, at the moment, outside of the normal teams, nobody else sticks out. So, you know, that's, yeah, my colors.
Okay. We saw some good stuff on the Nameless in that previous match. You know what? Nameless also potentially a team on our radars as to get this chicken dinner. We know what we're going to get ready right now, ladies and gents, for our third match of the day. We're just about to reach the 50% mark in the middle of this game. And man, as you say, the door over to PMNC or PMEC if you're an EU team is slowly closing. And not many are going to make it through. Only 4 teams for EU, only 3 teams from Turkey. That is the main core storyline for the day. There's not a lot of room for mistakes anymore. If you're a team at the bottom, the redemption arc begins now. Otherwise, it's pretty much done and dusted, and you can just try and get some extra prize pool increase. So we'll see what teams are going to bring to the table for match 3.
Luckily for Mean Team, despite them dropping down a spot, it was to a Turkish team. So they're still the 4th European team at the moment. They are closer, though, to Nax Esports. No, actually, sorry, Nax are Turkish as well. The closest team below them that's EU is the Real Brave, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Real Brave is the closest team behind them, and they are only 21 points. That is very manageable with 3 games to go.
Definitely is, though. Novo, it's happening again. It's happening again. Gamebasi can't afford to lose this one, though. I would say Gamebasi lose this one. I mean, no, you know what? Even if they win this one, it's game over. No, they're not making it. They're not making it any higher. Unless you get like 3 chicken dinners in a row, it is not going to happen. So, you know what? Go hard or go home. That's, I think, the name of the game for today for Gamebasi. Apparently going to try something against the Real Brave and Novo. We'll see how things are going to work out. Plus, they're going to have to cross the bridge potentially against Magma or potentially against Nax Esport. Not looking good for the Real Brave and Gamebasi right out of the game.
Yeah, I kind of want to see the Real Brave once again, like, come out on top of this hot drop. Simply because from a storyline perspective, they are in a better chance of qualifying compared to Gamebasi. So that is, yeah, that's a battle that I'd like to see once again go the Real Braves' way.
So I know we are massive advocates of like that 50-50 split of 50% elimination points, 50% placement points.
Yeah.
Then you look at the Real Brave, and
No comment.
my eyes burn. 24 eliminations, 4 placement points.
Yeah.
That hurts. That really does. That's what I have to say.
They,
that's the segment.
They have issues lasting a long time.
They have issues. Done.
Wow, Jesus. Not everybody's like you, Max.
I have, you know, mental issues, but that's just for me to deal with. You know what?
Oh my God.
I take full responsibility of that. I think everyone's aware, anyways.
Dude.
Everyone's aware. It's fine. It's cool. But nah. But they have gameplay-related issues, which are way easier to fix. No. Just need to be able to get himself some good rotation, some good macro. Take Nax for an example, what they did last game. Use that as a driving force. Because the thing is, if you have some good fragging power, and after that you add up some good macro, which is where they need to improve, like you could, on paper, be an incredibly strong team. It's just right now they're lacking one, like, really severely. So hopefully we can see some changes on that.
Unfortunately, on a side note, context-wise, we normally get access to a map feed via me joining the lobby as a spectator, and then I share my spectator screen with Max through Discord. I stupidly forgot to join the room, so I don't directly have a map feed access. I'm only going based on what essentially we get seeing throughout the circle shifting. So my knowledge of where other teams are is going to be somewhat limited. You could say that the kryptonite has been put in front of me. So my analysis is probably going to be pretty crap this game. Apologies.
Imperium gonna mute himself.
Or even more crap than usual. You know.
Just mute yourself. Yeah, it's fine. We don't have the map feed. Why even here?
Wow.
Hey, but
No, see, now I'm just gonna stop talking. You know. Like,
I'm just being mean today. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm mean to myself. I'm mean to people around me. That is why I don't have any friends. I just drive people away. It's just how it goes. There we go. We're gonna. Hey, it's fine. We look at the map feed. Look at that. Thank you, production. We can see exactly what's going on. I'm looking at the nameless Imperium. Sanhok in this position. If they want to stretch over to Garden in general, it's a good position. Currently, I would say they're in the best position, but
yeah.
Vengadors, Dagestan 77 also in a good position. So yeah, it's phase 1 circle, but that river, there's a big chance it is going to become like a pretty major plot point for the future.
We had a similar enough phase 1 circle for the very first Erangel game, if I'm not mistaken, Max, in which the likes of the Rise Esports didn't take advantage of. We need to take into fact that stall bars and playing the high ground around there is somewhat valuable to lock down, albeit much further away from the center of the circle. So as phase 2, phase 3 pops, if it moves far away from Stalbar, yeah, you gotta be cautious of that. The river indeed being a factor is quite important for a number of teams. Rossock Hill go, like when I say Rossock Hill, like north of Rossock, that's overlooking the river. It's very central, but kind of, it's still going to be relatively easy to rotate from in phase 2, right? Or you could have 2 players anchored somewhere else in the map, north of the river if you wanted to. Remember that game in which, what team was it that I think it was Vengadors, went to that center position on high ground? Yeah, that could be, once again, a great Vengadors spot to go to come phase 2, phase 3.
Could be the case. I'm just looking at what's happening here. Are they actually pushing into Magma in this city? I don't really see the point for MP Academy to do this. Like, it's an early game fight. They currently are in, what is that, 14th position for them, 26 points, tied up with Gemibasi. I mean, you know what? At some point, I do have to say I understand. Because if your team at the bottom right now, just simple chicken dinners are not going to cut it anymore. You need these big, massive comeback games, right? So we'll have to see. As in, oh, so nice, so cool of him. Going to pick up the rest of his team from the Real Brave. Did they just all try and swim across? And then they finally got a boat to just, and they swam with that for nothing. I like that.
Botation! That's it.
It went from a swimation into a botation. Would you call that like that? I don't know.
I told you my analysis is going to be downhill. Yeah, just botation.
Analysis from Imperium. Botation. That's it. That's my point.
MP Academy with nothing to lose, looking to at least show us something in the final couple of games. Magma also in a similar spot. This is going to 14th and 15th, so nothing against these 2 teams, but we shouldn't expect anything, you know, massively skillful, you know. So if one of the teams do pull out a great engagement, hey, we'll talk about it.
Oh, damn, he tried to, he had a good idea he was going to be at the staircase, but he didn't think he was going to be that far close to him, so a little bit
Why was he on his own, though?
That's the issue. I think that's one of the major issues we've seen throughout multiple teams in this tournament, and I think that's what makes the difference between, you know, your PMPL teams, your PMGC teams, and what we're seeing here is the teams that, like, you have 4 players, use them. Literally just use them. We'll have to see, but cheer.
Oh, wow.
Cheer.
The Real Brave.
He didn't survive this. What? Oh, okay. So the rotation up to here, I thought they would go maybe like north. I thought they would rotate north of Stolber / Severny or something, but nah, they just made it over to the riverside. Interesting.
Yeah, that arguably would make sense. Even though it takes longer because again the boat isn't like really as fast as a traditional car. That could be a you know, a massive outside of the box rotation, and you know, if presuming they would have done a bit more research between yesterday and today, knowing that meme team most likely were going to drop Severny split, Kameshki split, it could have been a bit of a prime opportunity to come in and somewhat backstab meme team. So yeah, I don't disagree with where they stopped, but it certainly seems a little bit kind of short-sighted.
Now they're pinched. They're pinched between Magma and Gemibasi, so they are in a really, really sticky situation. I wouldn't be surprised in Pyram. I think this might just be the end of the Real Brave in this match. And even if Gemibasi survive it, pick up a few eliminations, then you got Magma right in front of you. Then you're going to have potentially gatekeeping in this next circle shift. It's going to be interesting, but Northern Circle, Yasnaya / northwest of Yasnaya Fields is going to be center circle. So, I am really intrigued to see how things are going to work out.
You've got that compound of 3 warehouses that's down the south of Stalbar.
Yeah.
To me, probably like one of the best high ground positions to go to. So hopefully somebody will go there. For now, Gemibasi doing exactly like what you said, pinching the Real Brave in a massive way. And I believe just 2 players left for the Real Brave.
If I'm Gemibasi, I don't think this fight makes sense to take though. If I'm them, you can literally avoid this fight. You get back into your cars, you rotate west. Boom, done, end of story. I don't know why they wanted to get this involved in the fight where they have very minimal information, because they literally just arrived here like 30 seconds ago. Yeah, I'm not sure. And look at that dash. He's just pushing himself forward. He wants to lock down their position. Very, very soon, none of these two opposing teams will be able to escape from Magma because of where Dash currently stands on the map. So, yeah, I mean, Magma are very opportunistic in that sense that they have a situation, they got a lot of eliminations maybe coming their way. Let's just pin down this entire location. Where are you going?
Dash?
That's too far, though. Maybe?
It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. But where's the rest of the team, right? The rest of the team need to be causing a distraction. If the rest of the team aren't causing a distraction while he gets into that... Okay, there you go. Patriot getting the knock onto Dwayne. That's going to unsettle Gemma Bassi, and that makes Dash's position even more effective.
I'm not going to lie. This entire ordeal has left me a little bit, speechless. I do not know what the approach plan was for some of these teams. I just like the Magma is trying to take as much control. That's the one player I do like. Nice push-up coming out from kickoff, but he just suffer a lot of damage in the meantime. Got to be careful, though. The team is not eliminated. Fatty's still there, but the blue zone is ticking, and he's even going to be just sprayed down by Dash, I believe it is. With the M4,
yes.
Magma, 5 elims at the very start of the game, plus they're still alive as a 4-man. Good start for Magma when they need it.
Well, I did say at the start of that engagement that at least involving, you know, Magma and the Real Brave. Magma and MP Academy. That it wasn't going to be like, you know, massively high-skilled engagements because of the team's position in the standings and what that kind of represents. And you kind of need to include a Real Brave in that, despite them kind of low-key threatening a potential spot in the PMEC ahead of Meme Team. And then, of course, Gemma Bassi, who've kind of continued to hit a brick wall in a big way. So the scramble and what we saw makes sense. But out of all of it, Magma really did come out looking quite hot. And that deserves credit in its own right. So well played to the team that is 15th overall currently in the standings, while Phase 3 continues to shift up northeast. Look at Melise, all the way on the top of Starbar as well.
I want to see if my colors or Melise are going to use that. I said like the skiing capsules to go up or down.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be really funny. Unfortunately, you cannot jump off. If you jump off, you're pretty much dead. I'm pretty sure like that full damage is going to be too much, especially if you're like above Yasnaya Fields, then that's going to be causing your death. We'll see. I'd like to see if my colors are going to try and use it eventually, though. That's going to be Icefrag Esports sending himself as Meme Team on the outskirts of Stolba. So that mad rush is going to be currently happening. We'll see, of course, how those rotations are going to be panning out for them. But so far, teams trying to create some space, trying to find some positions to play from. I would say, Imperium, there's a lot of space that teams can still call home, but in the next phase, seeing the circle we have, I'm pretty sure we're going to start to see teams dropping down pretty quickly.
You mentioned the word rise. I think you noticed their 3-1 split off the back of that circle shift. That's fantastic, because having one on the edge of that river overlooking Yasnaya gives great information to the teams that are south of the river, and then having 3 players in the compound. Although they're locked into a minimal amount of information to the north, it's still a great position to be in for Rise.
I thought I was the only one seeing this, but Pluto X of Nax, he's in a literally burning car right now. You take one bullet from any weapon, you're done. Pretty much. So, hoping that's not going to be the case. Hoping he's going to be okay. As Nax, once again, wide rotate straight around the northern side. That's where the least amount of teams are going to be standing. The thing is, another team had the same idea. Cecilia, that is them. Oh, he's going to try and make his way out. He's out of bullets, so he's going to have a little bit of a spice, a little bit of a time to chill, but he just makes in a ditch, and he's going to get buried in that ditch. It seems Zafox is spotted away and instantly shut down. And that's going to be Cecilia up to their potential second elimination this match.
Yeah, it was indeed once again a bit of a wider rotation from Nax, but definitely a little bit more higgledy-piggledy in the way they wanted to execute that, and not as team coordinated. And the fact that they're down to a solo player represents that in a very smoking vehicle. Now, he has gone heavily up north onto the northern edge of Stalbar, and he is a little bit more comfortable. However, he's not going to be able to do much as a solo max. So, yeah, it's going to be playing the waiting game for him and hovering on the edge of the blue, while the very top of the mountain on stall bar where the ski lifts are sloping up. You have a number of teams fighting for their spot in the circle, but they're going to have to move because that massive shift down to southeast. You're looking at a potential Yasnaya finish, and Rise Esports being gifted a pretty solid circle shift.
Meme team, I want you to do the meme rotation right now, okay? Use the lift. Use the bloody lift. It would be so... You're literally going to go right above Gimme Bouncy. They can't do anything if you use the lift. Literally, they can't do anything.
Won't they go into my color?
They would right now. That's the thing. They would go into my colors, but it would stop a little bit before them, so they would be safe. And you got a little like building you can play when you arrive at the bottom, so they could. Oh, they can buy car. No, my one chance. This was my one chance of seeing that rotation in comp. I'm so sad.
You know what? They don't deserve to be called meme team.
Melise, maybe he can make my day better. Come on, someone do it. I would love that. So that would be the most hilarious thing, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Cecilia, maybe.
Melise would be one of the last teams to do that. They're very much a spread out, take control of the edge of the circle team. You know, so I saw a meme team potentially pulling it off, but nah, hasn't been the case.
I would literally pay you the difference in prize pool you might lose if you have a bad game.
Mega low.
Again, that's how much I want to see it right now in Pyramid. I want to see the lift rotation.
Jesus. Max is desperate, guys.
Oh, man, I really am. I really want to see that rotation, but I guess not today.
How about you get good enough, play competitive, and you do it yourself?
Thing is, I already tried. Haha, but I didn't qualify because I'm bad. That's the thing.
Still hanging on to that PMCO?
Yes. I still am. Okay, I'm still salty about it. It's been.
Hey, look, dude.
How long has it been? Like 2 years, 3 years? Yeah.
Yeah, but I more recently kind of represented my own country in a national qualifier tournament, and I failed miserably.
Oh, okay.
Miserably.
I don't know why I asked.
Yeah. So don't worry about it. You're not the only one.
Yeah, Zephyr going to be taking the 5 versus meme team. It seems not going to be looking too good for the side of Cecilia this time around. They're going to be having some of their players getting picked up. Meme team up to 4 eliminations already and still up as a 4 stack. And the thing is, they got now the highest ground in this circle. They're going to get a lot of information as they rotate slowly but surely in the circle. But right south of them is going to be another squad. So no break for them. IceFrag Esports is going to be the next team on their list.
Nax are eliminated. We knew that was kind of somewhat inevitable because they were down to a solo. Melise going to be defending against the side of Gemabasi.
Reload.
Yeah, having no idea what to do, and Kiss You 2K with the crows in his hands. The final player from Kemabasi goes down, and that is the end of their journey in the 3rd game of the day. This is why I appreciated the fact that Meme Team and Melise didn't look to take the ski lift down, because their ability to control the edge of the circle on the high ground with the northern spread has worked out wonderfully.
Yeah, but it would have been funny, you know? So, I get your point, but...
Yeah, I see yours too.
That's the depths on my analysis. It would have been pretty funny. Matt Pastel, though, that nade could be looking pretty good. Going to be traded back and forth with RXR. Or if you really like Spy X Family, then it would be RR. Then I'm not sure if the X should be pronounced. We'll have to see, but he's going to be pushed up by Pasta. He has 3 nades, though. A little bit of a cooked nade is going to be traded once again between the nades. Alive has got himself that DBS. That could be a great loadout. Nade a little bit in front, but instantly going to get picked up. Pasta hits the headshot. Well, Alive there. He still has the DBS. I would think that would be the best clutch weapon to play with, but gets some nice damage on Pasta. And that is all he shall get. That's going to be the end for MP Academy also, apparently. And the circle shift down south. And currently, Melise, they're looking fantastic in their spot.
Also, TTA, absolutely bang on the center. They have hard cover, looking very good. What I really appreciate with Meme Team in that engagement is that Toffifit got knocked. They did not go for the revive. Sorry, it was No, it was Toffifit.
The way you said it got me, sorry.
Yeah, I know, right? They didn't go for the revive until the elimination, until the squad wipe was confirmed. It was Carrot, actually, my apologies. Toffifee lost his life. But the point is, stop it, Max! Stop it! My point is, as an analyst, is that they made sure to clear out the engagement before going for the revive. It's something I don't see enough. and it was great to see Meme Team pull that off.
Yeah, I think the point you made on Toffee is something of beauty, Imperial. I really
Took
have to
way
say.
too long for me to execute that.
Hey, you know what?
I'm
You got there
sorry,
eventually.
guys.
It's all about the adventure. It's all about the route you take.
Such a bad caster. Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It happens to me sometimes. I find some team names to get me for a bit.
Sometimes?
All the time. The Vengadores, like for example, Vengadores, I was saying Vengadores. Is it Vengadores? Is it Vengadores? I still don't know. I just say VGS to like cope with it. We'll have to see, but currently it's going to be Rise Esports. Going to be pushed upon. Unseen needs to go for the first aid. I do believe he's got it. Up 9k is going to be taking the brunt of the damage, as he's going to be the first one to fall for the team, and VGS are just going to try and avoid the entire altercation. And just try and zoom their way up north. It is working for now. They're just getting ahead of Rise Esports, but now the thing is, Imperium, lack of information. They do not know what their next step is going to be, and that is a big issue in a match like this.
Yeah, I don't know how Rise kind of lost 2 players, but they'd been in this kind of area of the map for a considerable portion of the game, and it seems like they haven't been able to deal with the control potential. They also allowed, even though Mean Team went out with 7 eliminations, they did allow Mean Team to get ahead of them. Luckily for them, because Meme Team have been squad wiped, they might have a little bit of 2 + 2 = 4 and recognize that the team that got in front of them have been wiped down. So therefore, their transcend down the hill is going to be one that is gonna have to be cautiously taking, especially with the circle shifting centrally at TTA, as well as Dagestan 77. Thank you for joining the lobby this game. In an absolutely wonderful positions.
Merciless going to be the one to get a little bit further into the circle to just give a good anchor point to the team. Also going to be serving at gatekeeping Melise Esports, which that could turn out to be a really, really good position if the entire team commits to it. Oh, Moro's going to be spotted out. That flush is almost instant, picked up by Crespo. Crespoob?
See,
seems like a name I shouldn't say.
when I see the IGN, I can't help but think of Crespoob. But I'm a 12-year-old kid, so yeah. It does seem to be Crespoo 8. It just looks a little bit funny, and Major Pride Clan made a massive mistake by trying to move without watching their backs, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, the Nameless. Oron, I believe the sole survivor of the team now with 0 eliminations. I think that this might just cause them a lot of issues when it comes to reaching their next stage, the PMNC. And it's got a few smokes, going to buy him a little bit of time, and you know that really Dagestan 77 can't leave this position until Oron is taken down, so they really need to get that.
There you go.
Oh, that works.
Does that answer your question?
That answers my question. Way better than I expected, and does it with the MG3, which of course you can't dodge that weapon. It's just got too many damn bullets.
Melise still in this game as a full squad. Dagestan 77 still in this game as a full squad. And TTA still in this game as a full squad. TTA on a tear right now. Currently in 10th place overall in the standings, hailing from Turkey. They want to be one of the teams qualifying into the PMNC, and with 3 games to go, they're certainly putting up a hell of a decent fight in this one.
Yeah, this would be a great redemption arc for TTA, currently in 10th position before this game, still technically in reach to their potential spot into PMNC, but they're going to need to get themselves some great follow-up games after this one. This can't just be a flash in the pan. We need to see more from them. MG3 in hand for Merciless. Good spray down. That's going to be deterring my colors from going for that rotate to leave that location. The circle shifts north center again. And I believe only some players of TTA currently are in the circle. So currently, they're the ones leading the march.
It is this kind of circle shift that once again leads for a very intensive finish, especially when you include a city towards the finish.
Can't believe we had a Crates finish and now we have a Northern Yesnaya Polyana finish. We're getting some wilder angle matches here, Imperium, but this is great. I love every single bit of this. This is good from Keep 77. He's just going to be putting himself in a great foothold angle, going to send another player. They have a perfect 2-2 split, Imperium. This is such a good foothold. How? Okay. I thought this was looking like a TTA chicken dinner. After seeing that move from Dagestan 77, it is a Dagestan chicken dinner. How is it not? Like, the teams around them don't have cars. If they try and pick up a car, if they still have one alive, they're instantly going to get sprayed down. Every team is smoked up. They're all going to have to fight one another. And Dagestan's just going to pick up the pieces. Here, though, Major Pride Climb's going to be trying to pick himself the one player that's right behind the walls. Does unfortunately lose Creepy. Influence going to have to go for the fight. The drop shot.
Oh, that was very close.
Almost got the best of Influence, but Influence stands strong. Will survive. Potentially can get the res, but it's going to take so many resources away from that push. And now the other teams are going to move up. It's going to be My Colors knocking on TTA's door. Well, Dagestan just looking from a sideways. And look at that, the DBS from behind. He just gets the perfect off angle. The setup is clean, but the mollies are present too. And that's it for TTA, cleared up by the final player, Grasky of My Colors. What the hell just happened? I have no idea. But Dagestan still have 4 players, so they win.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculously crazy. I didn't know what happened. All I saw
3
was
teams.
just madness, and then 1 player left.
One
what
molly.
was really beneficial, by the way, for Major Pride Clan in that engagement with Cecilia is that My Color were focused on TTA, so that stopped Major Pride Clan from being third-partied outside of that building. But as the blue zone closes in, Major Pride Influence is most likely going to lose his life, and he's going to grab himself 2nd place.
Shifu does not care about his chicken dinners. He's going to push out in the blue to get those extra limbs if he can. This man is hyper giga aggressive, and I absolutely love every single second of seeing this guy push up. Influence going to be going down, but that's it. Still going to see a 2nd place on Major Pride Clan, but
Wow.
Dagestan played the first game, chicken dinner. Don't play the 2nd match because they have to share the chicken dinners. And now they get himself another one.
Wow.
These guys cannot be stopped, Imperium. Dagestan 77 are the true kings of the Pro Series.
Absolutely fantastic. Played it pretty perfectly when
Just
it's all
skip
said
Sanhok.
and done.
Just skip it.
Yeah, it was pretty perfect. There's not really much more to say. Like, and I say that in a really good way in terms of their gameplay speaks for itself, right? You know, when you think of Nova, right? I'm not trying to compare Nova to Dagestan, by the way, but when you think of Nova in the PMGC stage, right?
Yeah.
You don't really need to say much about them because, you know, their performance in the past kind of speaks for itself. And it's the same with Dagestan 77, albeit in a shorter period of time. They're on 3 chicken dinners. They got 2 today alone. Yeah. Well done, guys.
They played 2 matches out of 3, and they got 2 chicken dinners on the games to actually play. It's just, it's an absolutely wild day coming out from them. But you know what? All of these amazing games from Dagestan 77 will not happen without our amazing partner over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, allowing the Snapdragon Pro Series, of course, to happen in the first place. When winning matters, I can tell you it definitely matters for Dagestan 77. I mean, it doesn't even matter for Dagestan 77 because they don't even need it. They just want to, just because they're absolute god gamers right now, okay? They don't want to share those chicken dinners anymore. But yeah, as I said, Dagestan is just looking amazing, and the thing is, the entire team don't really have a standout player except for Shifu, just going for those YOLO pushes sometimes. It just really seems every time we see this team pop off, it is a team-wide performance where everyone does a bit of the work to get the team where they currently stand.
Meme Team had a pretty successful result as well, picking up 7 eliminations, but the pattern is there where they're kind of failing to get to the late game. I was hoping it would have been the case in this one, although I know that their journey was quite difficult because of those shifts down south. I just hope that in the final 2 games they can get to that late game as a full squad.
I definitely hope that's going to be the case, but you know what? Things are looking like Dagestan are not going to be moving an inch away from that first position. Now the question is, who's going to be in 2nd and 3rd place? We'll have to see how things are going to be standing out. 2 more matches remain, so we'll catch you guys in just a few to see who will make it to PMNC.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Designer, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard.
It's time for the upper moments once again here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, and while Dagestan, Imperium making statement after statement after statement, they are indeed PMPL ready. But the question is, which other teams now are going to be PMPL ready as we head over to Sanhok? I got a lot of questions right now, but right now, you're aiming for second or third place. First place out of the question.
I'd like to ask you to kind of extend on, as you look at the upper moments, you know, do you really firmly believe that Dagestan is PMPL ready?
Okay, I may be overselling it a little bit.
Okay,
Imperium. I gotta use the buzzwords. I gotta use the buzzwords and get the people's interested.
I was kind of curious. Yeah, that piqued my interest because I say that as somebody that said the same thing in regards to Game Lord being PMGC ready, and they got to PMGC and arguably they're doing pretty good. But I think I ended up kind of being a little bit wrong in a way, or a little bit kind of like just leading into the moment of them doing really good at the time. So that's why I was curious, by the way. It was curious because I was like,
Well,
does he actually believe that?
Well, to elaborate on that, first we're going to look at the match rankings exactly to see how many points were won by Dagestan 77. Is going to be 28 on this match, and man, they're 10 points ahead of like second place team that got himself 18 points and 18 points also for my colors. But to extend on that, I used the buzzword PMPL because that's what all the teams are pretty much aiming for. But I would more say like, you know, PMNC ready. Like clearly I would have to say they are a step ahead of the rest of all these teams in this league. Very clear. So that alone, they're ready for the next step of competitive in my eyes.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Overall outstanding. Major Pride Clan, they're there, and I'm seeing an improvement of consistency from Major Pride in today's games, and that is great to see. But without that kind of execution of a chicken dinner, it's hard for me to really kind of get behind them in that sense. I mentioned about Chaos in Africa region. Going to also mention about Major Pride. My colors as well. I kind of highlighted them as a team that could win another chicken dinner, and they got pretty damn close coming in from the eastern side. Yeah, really close performance run out for my colors. I mean, just like the first match, it was a little bit of a mess, right? You're just going to be full sending it all over onto TTA's location. It was a little bit all over the place for some of the teams involved, but Dagestan taking the split at the end and then just making sure that this game is not going to escape their grasp. Looking at the overall rankings though, going to be able to see just still Dagestan in first place, I believe, but by how much? And this is by how much right now. It's going to be, what is that? That is 35. Doing quick math right now, 35-point lead above Melise in second place. Dagestan are looking great, but as you said, Imperium, it is 3 spots for the Turkish teams, 4 spots for the EU teams. I need to look at the flags because I'm not 100% sure of the distribution between Turkish and EU teams, but I can try and tell you at least off the top of my head. It is currently EU, Turkey, EU. My colors is also Turkey, so they're at the moment the third Turkish qualified team, followed very closely by Cecilia, who's EU, so they're the third EU team. TTA, they've had a jump in performance today, and they're the 4th Turkish team. So when you're looking at it, at the moment, it's a battle between TTA and my colors for the third the third Turkish spot, and that's less than 20 points. The Nameless, on the other hand, as well, they're EU. They've jumped ahead of Meme Team, and they're in the battle against Cecilia Esports. Sorry, my apologies. The Nameless have the 4th EU spot, and Meme Team have the 5th EU spot. So both the Nameless and Meme Team are on equal points.
It's a 3-way tie, Imperium. It's a 3-way tie between those teams that are going to be in
Sorry, that sounded a bit complicated.
7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think it will be a little bit easier if we had actually like flags on it. I think that'll facilitate the whole thing for us in the future. We'll have to see. But EU is a little bit of like a specific thing compared to Africa and like the MENA tournament, because then they got their own thing. Here you got 2 teams. You got basically 2 tournaments in the same tournaments happening. It's interesting, man. We need to try and make sure that our brains are, you know, in sync to stay on board with what's going on, and that's why you got Monster Energy to keep us on board, to make sure we do not miss anything of what's happening in those leaderboards, because we need it right now. It's a little bit complicated for our small brains, but our brains grow strongly thanks to the power of Monster Energy. I don't know if that's written on the can, but you know what? They definitely should, because I feel like that when I drink my Monster. No? I feel big brain. I drink a can of Monster, and instantly during last PMPO, I'm like, I'm gonna make a Monster cake. You wouldn't think of that.
It's true.
Without drinking Monster beforehand. So there you go.
Yeah. Where is the lie? That's all I'll say. Where is the lie?
It's none.
I will look to make sure that the focus is on the teams that are battling the final game at least. But Sanhok is up. It's the second Sanhok of the finals. It is the last chance in Sanhok for these teams to come out with a strong result. Yesterday's Sanhok game was won by none other than, as I look back at my... Why you gotta spoil it?
I just got it. I was already on the document. I was gonna make that point, and you started, so I'm waiting for Imperium to start to almost say the name, and I'm gonna say it.
Fine. No. Now I'm just gonna sulk.
I robbed you from your point. What are you gonna do about it? Well, no, it's fine. We got a little bit of an early game fight that's going to be happening. This is the exact same circle, though, Imperium, that we had on that Ice Frag Esports chicken dinner. from yesterday. Exact same distribution of like the northwest island and the southwest island could go towards boot camp. I think this one's a little bit more to the west, sorry, to the east than what we had yesterday. But in practice, this is literally a one-to-one recreation of that one Sanhok from yesterday. We'll see, of course, of how that's going to work out. And Game Basi, again, in a hot drop situation, it's never going to stop. They hot drop Novo twice. They hot drop in El Pozo on Miramar. They're now hot dropping in Hatin on Sanhok. Yes.
You could say they're never going to give it up. They're never going to let it down. They're never going to turn around and desert Hatin.
You could. You could say that, Imperium. But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why?
I also hope, or they hope, that it's not going to be deja vu from yesterday's game where they got absolutely blasted to smithereens by the Vengadors. This fight is slower to break out because Vengadors dropped a little bit more split. 2 players went to the coastal line, so that slowed them down. They now have 3 players, I believe, in the compound, and then 1 player still looting up the coastal line. So that does give time for Gemabasi to try to set up some kind of pressure point. The worry for me, as we look in the moment, is that Gemabasi, all 4 players are together. They have no player in an off angle to get a secondary strong angle. They're kind of behind each other, and that's not the best spot to be in.
Yeah, just while this fight is at a little bit of a stalemate, you know, remember that little 3-way tie we had towards like the middle of the rankings? Not anymore. Meme Team picked up the first elimination. Potato got an elimination onto Cecilia.
Ooh.
So now that tie has been given over to Meme Team. Meme Team are currently just barely above. So that's going to put them in a really good standings. And I mean, currently last place team Rise Esports spotted out. Not going to have a really big impact, but that is definitely going to be helping out. Also, the Nameless that were also in that tie was Meme Team. So if they can get that elimination, they can be tied once again. But the Wolves are going to make it a little bit rough to confirm that elimination. And they're pushing it. I mean, they Nameless know they need every point they might be able to get. If they know what the rankings look like, this push makes a lot of sense, Imperium. And that's the push. Gets the knock once again, but Kenzo with the Vector instantly gets the knock, but gets flushed away. Oh no, this is not looking good. They get 2 players knocked. 1 player, Killer Boy, is just way too far. And they're flushed by Icon. Nameless, I understand it, but the push without information just in the open, that is a no-go for me, man.
It's also the fact that he pushed solo. He pushed solo, Max. Kenzo lit up the lobby and kind of put us on his radar yesterday in what was some fantastic solo plays. He's got to recognize that there's a time to do it and there's a time to not do it. We just highlighted how it's important for the Nameless to rack up as many points as they can, and you're not going to do that when you push solo. So yeah, big risk, didn't work out. Gemabasi, it's going to work out going up against Vengador so far in this one, already picking up 1, and I believe that's 1 player left for Vengadors.
I love how Echo Cham just gets prone at him, like, so it's nothing personal. Just gets him instantly. But yeah, the thing is, now Nameless lose some players. Meme Team already got himself 1 elimination.
Exactly.
It opens up the doors for Meme Team to start building a little bit of a lead heading into the last match. Like that little lead they could have, Meme Team, could be massive and could have a drastic impact on how this tournament is going to end on the final match on our angle. We'll have to see. Scarlet just going to be surrounded. DBS push from Dwayne right behind the rock, and that's going to be connected. That's it for Vengadors, and they're going to be eliminated. A little bit of BM on top of that one, but you know what? They don't get many wins in these hot drops, so when they get it, I'll allow it.
Good job from Rise Esports. Good job. Poor play from the Nameless. 2 players, it's going to be a tough job to do anything about it. What I do like as a solo player from the Nameless Killer, he's actually got himself into a boat and has started to boatate. And he'll probably perch himself up on the coastal line to the west of Camp Alpha. It's probably going to give him the best opportunity to pick up a couple of points for the Nameless. Plus, what he could do is he could loot up as Oren goes down. Great angle by Icon. Is he could loot up as many meds on that coastal line of the Northwest Island and pull off a bit of a heal strat.
It is Sanhok. It is the name of the game, right? It's still the old circle settings on this one. I do wonder if the PMGC circles are going to be applied for all tournaments next year. I do hope so.
I really hope so.
I really hope so.
Yeah.
Like this has been one of the best changes we've seen, and I think it would just elevate the competitive esports scene pretty significantly. This does seem a little bit underwhelming as like a rotation when you have the jet ski. What would you call a jet ski rotation? I'm not sure.
It's classed as a boat. Like the jet ski is a okay.
Okay, no, continue your point. Go for it. Go for it. I want to see where this goes.
No. You know, I'm just going on to nameless web browser. Is the jet ski?
It's jet ski. Are you really googling?
Boat.
Is a jet ski a boat?
Excuse me, but we're not sponsored by Google. I'm not. I can neither confirm nor deny that I'm using Google. Personal. It apparently a jet ski is classed as a personal watercraft, and what it says is personal watercraft are small sit-on boats powered by a water jet. So the jet ski is a boat. There you go.
Okay. Point proven.
Thank you.
I still feel like you could call it a jet ski-otation. I don't know, something. We'll have to find something.
Jet ski-tation? Or a ski-tation?
Oh, no, not ski-tation. No.
Jet-tation?
Jet-tation. Why not? We should. I don't know why we're trying to do this. Like, John and Blank are the ones that come up with these good things, you know, typically. We'll have to ask them. We'd have to get their input before we go into, like, the MENA tournament afterwards.
But which one is John and which one is Blank?
John is John and Blank is Blank.
I think Zute will know. Last game. That's an inside joke.
Okay, I didn't get it.
It's fine.
I didn't.
So basically, last week in day one of PMGC Green, Zute kept on calling John Blank for the first game by complete mistake, and yeah, that's where it comes from.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
Big L. Though that's a massive W we're seeing for Meme Team because of picking up extra eliminations. 2 so far. I believe there's some that are not going to be able to get rezzed up because they're currently in the water. You know you can't get those rezzes in the water. And that means in Imperium there could be potentially up to 5 eliminations while
be careful,
their main competition is already down to, what is that, 2 players for and 1 player now for the nameless. So this is a massive positive setup for them. And Pasta just going deep, trying to get some extra information for the team. If they can get all 3 of those eliminations, I'm telling you, man, Meme Team are going to be looking amazingly comfortable to actually potentially make it to the next PMEC.
But what is massively different with this Phase 2 shift is it has gone more heavily up towards the northwest. So it seems like it's going to be a confirmed Northwest Island. What I need to be kind of critical with about Meme Team is that it comes up to a point in the game where they need to kind of scale back a bit and slow down. And kind of go, okay, look, you know, we've done great work.
Oh. This is not looking good.
Yeah, we've done great work kind of early on in the game. Let's slow down and let other teams put themselves in a dangerous position. So help Meme Team kind of learn that coming into PMEC while Dagestan 77 and TTA fight in the blue. It wasn't TTA in yesterday's Sanhok game. But it was Cecilia Esports, so Dagestan kind of creating a bit of a pattern of finding teams in the blue of these Sanhok games.
The thing is, if Dagestan win this one, they're just pretty much sealing that first place in stone, and they cannot be caught up by both Melise Esport or Vengadors, so pretty much going to be a GG already if they secure themselves this fight, it looks like. Zadira is going to be the one to try and get the information. The Blue Zone's also going to be ticking. Pause the early first aid. And he's just fully stacked. He's got Tier 2 helmet, Tier 3 vest. I don't know how they lose this fight with him on the front line. He's just going to soak up all of that damage right through the window. Easy spray. Doesn't even suffer any damage. And yeah, you know what? I didn't understand at first why Dagestan 77 was getting spammed all the time in a chat. I have to say, and I think you understand it too, Imperium, why. It's because they're just that good.
It all makes sense now.
It's intriguing.
It really does.
It's intriguing to see a team with like that much support. Also has a nice elimination from the Real Brave, up to 4 so far. It's interesting to see a team have such already like massive amount of support in a Snapdragon Pro Series. I have to say, it's very rare that happens, but it's the case for them, and I think it was very nice to see.
Well, To give a potential possible contextual logic to that is as competition rises and scenes in regions grow in terms of standard of gameplay, that in turn will get more eyes on those teams, even if it's in a bit more of a grassroots / underground level. There naturally is that bit more of a hype that's going to be created. So when the bigger tournaments such as the Snapdragon Pro Series come along, the community of that team starts to join up. So that's a little bit of the context. What we did see from Phase 3 popping up is it's a little bit more water-based than some of the teams would have liked. It's a very unusual circle shift, right? In terms of it's in an area of the map that not a lot of teams would maybe would be used to at this point in the game, right? You have kind of Camp Alpha in the center, you have the high ground and the coastline position. It's going to be really interesting.
I think I've only seen one circle like this on the west side of the northwest island. We'll see, of course, how that's going to go. There's going to be IceFrag Esports taking their fight. Titanic doesn't have the support of his team right now, and he's just suffering the brunt of Meme Team. Passing himself some nice damage. Good nade for some actually relatively low for two of the players of Meme Team. That's because there's a sneaky third party happening with Major Pride Clan. They just want those elims. They want to get himself in good standings on the overall rankings. We'll have to see how things are going to pan out. But Meme Team, I think, understand that this is looking like a really bad situation. Maybe it's best for us to just leave it while Dimension is looking to capitalize on it. He is spotted away, so he can't really go for the easy spray he was hoping for. And they're just trying to cross that road ASAP, but they're losing speed. Have they lost wheels? I'm not too sure. It's not looking too good, but Dimension cannot pick it up. It's going to be Paul from IceFrag, and he's going to pick with himself one up. At least they do have some of the members make it across. It's not a complete loss, but Meme Team will be wounded after this fight.
IceFrag are from Turkey. They're currently 5th out of the Turkish teams. They cannot afford to realistically have a bad result in this Sanhok game, right? Yeah, okay, they're only 4 points behind the next Turkish team in 4th place. That's TTA. But it's an even bigger jump down to the 3rd place team of My Colors. Luckily for these two teams, My Colors went out early in this game, so there's a bit of an opportunity to pick up an extra couple of bonus points coming into the final game. Unfortunately, with the side of IceFrag being whittled down to now just one player inside the blue, that's going to be easier said than done.
Easier said than done indeed. We'll have to see if the Real Brave can try and potentially get himself a good finish here. 6 eliminations already, so this is potentially one of their best performances so far throughout the entire Snapdragon Pro Series. But they got to heal up. They got to take it a little bit slow. But I remember I seen this exact circle a little bit more over to the western side, but that was during PMPL Spring for Western Europe, and I believe it was a Unicorns of Love at the time chicken dinner that was happening.
Oh yes, I remember that.
Yeah,
they drop in around Tambang area, so they
Clutch,
they played that perfectly.
Icy clutched it up at the end. It was a very interesting circle, but pretty much what we have to say about what happened in that game and what can be replicated here, the high ground position where the Real Brave are is a game-winning location, and they're still in the circle at that, so they're looking great. The thing is, a lot of focus is going to be thrown their way, Imperium. You're going to look at Nax. They're going to potentially want to take some shots. You're going to look at Gemebasi. They're going to want to breach that location. If they want to leave, there's going to be Dagestan 77. Like, it's good now. If the next circle is not coming their way, odds are they're really going to have to fight to hold their spot.
I think coming into this game, when we saw this hot drop for the second Sanhok game between Gemebasi and Vengadors, I don't think we expected Gemebasi to be the only team with the full squad up this late into the game, having survived it and of course continued on from the Hatin area of the map. They still have to find their way into the northern edge of the circle. As you correctly pointed out, the Real Brave with that massive high ground compound, it's not going to be easy for them. Also want to highlight the side of Nax. They have themselves a pretty fantastic compound down the south of the Real Brave as well, and they're going to be able to cover up against the side of Major Pride Clan and Meme Team a little bit at least. What I like about Meme Team is that they have a 2-1 split, as you can just see in front of you, and so they kind of have both sides of that southern circle in their sights.
Those Sonic have some nice little nades down earlier, just going to get a little bit more clearance on the northern side. Making sure that, once again, they have to defend this position because it is just that good of a spot The Real Brave currently are holding on to 7 eliminations, a potential 8th, unless it gets stolen, which it does. VGS will be the ones to take that one for themselves. And I realize right now that Dagestan could also spot them out if they try and rotate, so it can be a little bit of a spooky spot for the Real Brave. We'll have to see. Gemibasi, what's their move, I wonder?
Gemibasi just waited out and hovered with blue, in my opinion. Because hopefully for them at that point, the Real Brave won't be kind of looking directly behind them, right? But I am curious what your thoughts are on Dagestan going to Camp Alpha at this stage of the game.
They've been there for a hot minute now, but as long as you make sure you're not getting backfield, because it's a lot of space to cover, as long as you make sure you're not getting backfield, which is happening right now, Gemibasi are pushing north of Camp Alpha, you'll be fine. Because then you can just focus on the southern side of Camp Alpha, and there's a pretty good position to hold.
Okay.
Getting backfield is going to be the main issue. And as you said, that fight is happening right now. A 3v2, those nades are looking good. Should be easier to connect for Dagestan 77 because you know they're coming to push against those walls. So a little bit easier to throw those nades and hit your target.
Wow.
But so far, they are giving a lot of space over to Gemibasi.
They are.
Dagestan's got to be careful. Shifu, though, could be the big surprise.
The fact that Dagestan allowed Gemibasi to breach over the wall without a casualty.
Yeah.
Because 2 players are down for Gemibasi, but that was actually earlier on, by the way. It wasn't when they breached the wall, and you know, Dagestan might not have the full information. But yeah, that is interesting for Dagestan. I wasn't expecting that. What I also didn't expect was that massive circle shift over towards the eastern side. TTA have been gifted with the fact that they've come in through the blue, but the high ground is going to also give them a lot to perch and take people out coming in from the west.
TTA have been really silent this game, Imperium, but I actually really like their spot. It's a good little high ground position. On the cliff, you're going to have to fall down eventually. So we'll see how that's going to work out. But I think that Dagestan might be trying to go for the central compound on the road. If so, that could be really strong. But the Real Brave feels weird. You got to play from the Real Brave, and his name is literally just the Real Brave. So
yeah, it's so weird.
I guess he's like the mascot of the team. I guess I'm not too sure.
Probably the owner / IGL.
Like my name is the Real Brave. I'm going to create the Real Brave, and I'm going to still be called the Real Brave. I like it. I like it. Good on brand. I see the play zone's going to pick up Dimension here. If no one can take out Dimension, the blue zone will. And now Zane's just going to try and push their way forward. The thing is, we knew their compound, it was strong if the circle went their way, but to leave it is so hard. And that is a flawless rotation from Dagestan over to that one building. They can go even further south, but once again, Dagestan Imperium, an absolute threat to be reckoned with.
Nax doing a decent bit of work as well from that western side to make it a little bit easier for Dagestan, but can't deny what they've done. Mean team as well, kind of hovering in, went across the road on towards that western edge of the circle, and now they're able to push up and pick out the members. And Nax 1 down. It's 3 against 2. One sends himself over towards the right hand side, straight prone down. He's gonna get caught out. No, not quite knocked. Toffee, one more bullet behind that rock.
I can't quite get it. Nice try, though. He's going to be using up the resources, the armor of his foes. Still going to have a decent impact. That nade could get the knock on top of he is pretty low. A little bit short on the chuck, unfortunately, but the idea was definitely there. Plotox still feeding information to the rest of his team despite being knocked. That's still going to be interesting. Oh, no more. Okay, he's done. Can't feed information from the lobby at least, but they're still in the circle. Currently, meme team, no teams south of their location, no teams west of their location. If they just play the ridge of this high ground position, this could be their chicken dinner. You said you wanted to see a meme team chicken dinner today, Imperium. This might just be the one.
It's their best possible opportunity. They're still up a 3-person team. And by the way, I believe that they were about to push more heavily on towards the side of Nax. But because of that circle shifting in their direction, they understand that they need to cover the more kind of southern side of that circle and stop themselves from getting third party. So they slow down a little bit, let the other teams push in onto Nax, recognizing that possibly one of the players getting knocked. It's going to be the opportunity to push, but one gets knocked. Passer going to be down to Sliver of Health. The pre-fire shots come in. Sanhok's going on to 1v1. Will Potato push it? Will they throw it away? But it's going to be Dagestan to save Meme Potato's life, but then rip it away. Meme Team, their dreams have been taken away.
Oh, the third... I got to say, the third party was on point from Dagestan. But are you telling me right now They play 3 out of 4 matches, and the 3 they actually play, they get 3 chicken dinners. You must be kidding me. Dagestan, what are we witnessing today? This is something of absolute beauty. Major Pride Clan still going to have creepy 666 trying to hold on, and they're just going to be setting themselves forward. He is spotted. And they're going to try and potentially... okay, no, he's just going to try and go for a little bit of a cool parking up, and he is gone for the count. And Dagestan, that is going to be their chicken dinner. Cecilia still got 1 play go for the heal off, but that third party Imperium, the timing, the execution, you're just sending Shifu to do whatever the hell Shifu does best, which is fragging. Okay, maybe I take it back. PMNC ready? Maybe say PMPL ready. They're doing some insane stuff right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit speechless. I do need to criticize Mean Team because
still got 19. Whoa, we're here for a while. Go for it.
Like, they still pushed out in the open. And I know. Am I being too harsh by criticizing Mean Team? Should they scale back a little bit and just let others do the work?
I think so.
I know, man.
I think they should have held... It's fine. I think they should have held their ridge the entire time. I think Mean Team had their game-winning position. And the thing is, taking that fight, they didn't have information on what's happening to the northeast. They are taking a risk of getting third-partied, which, you know, it's Sanhok. It's third-party city. You're going to be struggling. Shifu, I'd be careful. Zephyr could shoot you from there. If he sees you, he could take a shot. Cool, six moves.
I don't think it would quite be the Team Secret special, though, to be fair, Max.
Sure, yeah. Can't get all 3 from that location, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Just going to do a few donuts, though, in the grass. Oh, okay. Still don't have a cool casket, I'm sad, but... Dagestan. The thing is, even in games where they should not get the chicken dinner, like here, I think we can both say Imperium. It did not seem like this was going to be a Dagestan chicken dinner.
Yeah.
They just get themselves out of these situations so easy. It just seems so easy the way they do it. So really props to whoever the IGL of the team is, because this is some top tier PUBG Mobile we're witnessing from this team.
And like, you know, I was a little bit uncertain at the fact that they gave, you know, kind of Gemabasi that much space inside Camp Alpha. Hell, I questioned their push into Camp Alpha, right? But if anybody can get out of it, it's Dagestan, and that's why it's also an important reminder as the final player of Cecilia continues to heal up. A lot of the time, it's not necessarily about the position a team is in. It's whether or not they're kind of good enough to make the most of that position, right? Because we can turn around and we can highlight this spot as a good place to be, that spot is a good place to be. We can highlight is this place is a bad place to be, etc., etc. But if a team is good enough, they're going to be able to go against the grain if it doesn't look like the best spot. And clearly Dagestan have proven that in this game. And yeah, they grabbed themselves another chicken dinner. It's pretty crazy.
3 chicken dinners on the day. What else is there to say? Nothing. There's nothing else to say. Dagestan 77. Maybe the 77 stands for the amount of chicken dinners they want. I mean, it's back to back to back technically because they didn't play Miramar at all. They didn't even join the lobby. Okay, so because they didn't have to. They're like, we'll give a chance to the other teams to actually secure themselves some dubs, and then we'll just get all the rest. Now, are we going to see another win? I do wonder, but yeah, I'm sold. Imperium. That's a cool thing. We saw so much talent in Africa. Yeah. We said we want to see something similar coming out from a lot of the teams in EU. We have witnessed that from like your Melisse, your Vengadores, your Major Pride Clans, My Colors. So like a lot of the teams have been doing fantastic stuff. But I think we're both in agreement here, Imperium, to say that Dagestan 77 are very, very clearly in a league of their own.
They are in a league of their own. They're could above the rest. It is kind of 15 teams and then one
god tier team.
Yeah, one kind of god tier team in context of comparative of this lobby. So yeah, Dagestan can be comfortable to say least coming into the final game.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of speechless after performances like that from this team. Right? It's just looking great. So you know what? I should potentially order a few books to expend my vocabulary to know how to explain these things. And of course, what better way to get books shipped to me than through DHL services? Thank you very much to them for supporting the Snapdragon Pro Series to happen in the first place. Without them, this would not be possible. But man, yeah, as I said, speechless for real. I truly need those books. I am not joking, Imperium. I need to get some right now. But Yeah, I want to see if they can try and close it off. It is sure 100% that they are going to be holding on to that first place even after this match. The question still stands though, competition for top 2, top 3, potentially top 4 if you're one of the EU teams. That is going to be the main storyline for this final Orangle game of the day.
Couple of note of Major Pride Clan getting second place when it wasn't really the best spot to be in. Solo player did what he needed to do. TTA as well came in late, was luckily rewarded with a decent position in the tail end to pick up a good result. And yeah, Ice Frag's kind of thrown the opportunity possibly away coming into the final game of the day.
It was a bit of a rough rotation for Ice Frag. He's pulled out to cross the river. There was already Knack stairs, like a little bit all over the place. They tried their best, but didn't quite work out. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, one more match before we know which teams will be making it to PMEC and PMNC for the Turkish and EU teams. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain.
Dagestan. I don't know what other words need to be said to describe the performance of today, but
Wait.
3 chicken dinners so far, and it's looking good.
I've got another word.
Go for it.
Just wait.
What are you doing?
Just
What are you doing?
Dagestan.
But I said it 3 times. That's the 4th time. They haven't got 4 chicken dinners in Imperium. That doesn't work.
But they will.
Is that your prediction? Is that what you're going with?
Well, isn't it like a pretty easy prediction? Come on.
For today, it's looking decent
Yeah.
for today. We'll see. But I think that they're kind of testing your luck right now, Imperium. But we'll have to see, of course. I think we can maybe potentially take a look at the round standings right now to see exactly how many points we've taken home. But I want to see especially for Meme Team, because Meme Team, I think, has been the interesting team of this game. Gave himself a total of 17. But it does hurt to say this, Imperium. But I really think it could have been just so much more than 17 points. I think they could have gone the entire way and claimed that chicken dinner, but they pushed it a little bit too far.
I don't think it would have been a chicken dinner with Dagestan still alive, especially as a full squad. But I do think second place was on the card for them. But still, ultimately, arguably their best placement result, if I'm not mistaken, in the final so far. So we do have to kind of at least touch upon that as a bit of a you know, an upgrade, a bit of a progression in that regard. Other than that, it was also the typical Sanhok-esque spread between elimination and placement points. For example, Gemma Bassi, 11 eliminations. Hey, look, you know, you may be out of the running, but putting on a show towards the end.
Definitely putting on the show towards the end. We'll see, of course, how that's impacted the other rankings. 7th position, tied with Cecilia Esports right now. That's the situation that's going to be happening with Meme Team. Michael is up in 5th. Vengadors has been slowly slipping down, unfortunately. Imperium currently with 99, overtaken by Major Pride Clan. That's a big step up from the boys. Melly's in 2nd and 164 points with 4 chicken dinners total for Dagestan.
Like 49. What? No, sorry. 59 points ahead of second place?
I don't know. The thing is the average is even better than that when you take into account they literally did not play the Miramar. It really is an impact. Like, that is out of, what is that, 5, 6, 7, 8 matches played, 164 points.
Definitely.
Mental.
Massive average. I will be kind of calculating the points difference between the teams that are hovering around that. Slots for both the Turkish PMNC and the European PMEC, so we'll look to provide that context. Meme Team definitely helped create that cushion with the positive Sanhok result, so coming into the final game, the pressure will be off them a bit. However, a bad result will open that door for another team to crash in and take that spot away, I believe. So yeah, it's still up in the air of who's going to be the teams qualifying for their respective next stages. Never mind the fact there is still that prize money that's in play for all of these teams.
Exactly. I mean, it's sure that Dagestan, they're going to get that extra 4K increase from 2nd to 1st without any doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
But at the end, sure, the prize was something, but it is still here to open up the potential future PUBG Mobile Esports career of these teams, of these players. We'll see, of course, how things are going to be panning out. But Meme Team, the team currently knocking on that PMNC door. Can they stand strong? Can they remain there in the final match? We'll have to see. But Imperium, it's time for game number 10 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for Europe. And after this, we'll see which 4 teams will make it to PMEC and which 3 teams will make it to the Turkish PMNC.
The playing path is once again quite heavily up north. We have seen the majority of these Erangel games prioritize the northern side of the map. The only time it's kind of been on the south, it's been more of that southeast side. So feels bad, man, for teams that like to drop around Primorsk, Ferry Pier, Quarry. Seems like they've had to alternate possibly to their secondary drop spots. It is a favorable playing path for the teams that like to land around the George Paul area. Question is around that phase 1. Who is it going to favor? What kind of area of the map? I'll tell you what, Max, I would not say no to a military island finish for the final game of these finals.
I would. I want a Yasnaya finish, and I want teams to use the lift. I still want it. Though, what's happening in Yasnaya Poliana? We got 3 teams right now in Yasnaya.
What?
Okay. Meme team's there too.
No, surely they're long bowling it. They have to be.
No, they're dropping.
No? Are they hot dropping?
I mean, what are the teams around them right now in the rankings? Around them, I mean, meme team already is part of the... Sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna say, I'll let you know. I'm gonna let you know because I'm still kind of making note of it. But I kind of like the hot drop. I do.
We'll see. I'm doing a little bit of a screenshot. I'm in Paint right now, Imperium, to just put like little flags next to the team names, just so we can follow the storylines as much as I possibly can. I do like that my colors though completely left Yasnaya. They're just completely out of the city. They're leaving this. They're like, oh, too many teams in this spot. We're not going to take the risk because my colors are currently in the spot to qualify to their regional PMNC. So I like that. My colors being respectful, going for the long term. Always got to say that's a good approach to the game.
I will also say they've also taken the majority of the vehicles around Yasnaya. So both Icefrag and Meme team will have a slower task moving away from Yasnaya. The one positive is that Phase 1 has favored this Yasnaya location in terms of a quicker rotation into a strong position, right? So time will tell as the Nameless looting up Rozhawk. You have Dagnistan, the leaders of the universe in these finals, inside school apartments, so already quite central, and MPA on a pretty hefty split around Shelter and Prison with the side of Melise pretty close by around the Lepolis.
There you go, the fight's going to be ensuing. Those going to be RXR. They're trying to nade it up. The nade in hand. You're not ready for the fight, but Off Angle is going to be helping him out. It's going to be Bolly 99 with that Thompson. The fight's going to ensue, and it seemed like Meme Team are just hungry for blood right now. And having Pasta, aka the top player from what we saw in the interview with Carrot, he knocked away. He's not going to make things easier, and he's going to get confirmed actually with that nade from Alive. He's just going to unalive Pasta. Feels bad, man. A little bit of a jump over, a little bit of a leap of faith. That was a bit risky of an animation to go through. But Icefrag still there, going around. Tofafi is going to be knocked on down. Not sure if the rest going to come on through. I feel like this might be the undoing of Meme Team Imperium right now. This might be the end. And their ticket to PMNC might just be thrown out the window for just a needed hot drop, and that's it. That's game over for Meme Team. My question is, can they remain in a good spot, or are the teams around them going to overtake their position for PMNC?
You play with fire, you're going to get burned. That is the way it works sometimes, and you are dead right. There is a massive question mark over their heads in terms of qualifying for the EU PMNC. Luckily for them, though, they are currently in 3rd of the 4 slots available. The Nameless are around 16 points behind them. Yes, 16 points behind them. And they're the 4th slot. The 5th slot is the side of the real... I think the Real Brave? Yes, the Real Brave. And they're on 36 points. So for the Real Brave to get ahead of Meme Team, they need to get an impossible amount of points. So I do think that Meme Team have secured their spot in the finals.
Have they? Because on... Wait, because what I'm looking at right now, Nameless is going to be the team that can compete. with their spot.
1-2. Oh my god, you're right, because I kind of forgot about Dagestan, and Dagestan are the first EU team. Yeah, you got
Don't forget about
Major.
Dagestan. Come on.
Yeah, because Sicilia are EU. You're right. Meme team have potentially thrown their PMEC slot away. Oh my
16
god.
points. They 16 points go to the Nameless. Imagine, we see Nameless pop off this game. Meme team are out.
Oh my god.
Pretty much.
Why?
Yeah, Nameless. The Nameless Imperium, that's the team we need to look at. The thing is, do Nameless know? I don't know which settings we have in the game. Does it say which team has been eliminated, yes or no? If they saw the name...
Yes, it does.
It does?
It does.
That's great for Nameless, because if they saw this, they're like, okay, this is our one chance. This is our one opportunity at success. We need to have the best PUBG Mobile game we've ever had in our history to make it into PMNC. This is a great storyline for the last game. It's all on the Nameless to see if they can punish Meme Team for that unfortunate hot drop. I mean, they kind of did it to themselves.
Oh,
have
yeah.
to say that much.
Yeah. If they go out, it's all their own doing. Straight up, all their own doing. They had no reason to hot drop in Yasnai. And I mean, like, absolutely categorically no logical reason to hot drop.
But why Ice Frag too?
Onto Ice Frag.
Ice Frag are from the Turkish side. They're not even your main competition.
Yeah.
Like, my colours, also, they're a team from the Turkish side, so they're not a team they're going to be competing with. If you wanted to do a hot drop, it should have been two teams. Or the Nameless, or it should have been Sicilia Esports. One or the other. Yeah, I got so many questions. I would love... This is the moment I would love to ask them, why? And I don't think they can give a correct answer. I don't think there's a correct answer for that. But yeah.
Wow. Wow. Over on the Turkish side, by the way, to give you a bit of an idea of what teams are kind of chasing the PMNC slots. At the moment, the top three for Turkish region is Melis, Vengadors, should I say, and My Colors. My Colors are currently on 82 points. The next team is TTA on 62. Now, My Colors went out, you know, relatively early in the previous game, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not outside the realms of possibility. With 4 points. So it's not outside the realms of possibility for My Colors to have a bad game. But what it does require from TTA is arguably at least a chicken dinner. As well as that, 7 to 8 to 9 eliminations. They've yet to really show us they can do that. So it's a massive uphill battle for TTA to possibly claim that PMNC slot.
Just to give more context to what you just said, Imperium, My Colors currently stand in that third position qualification spot for the Turkish teams. 82 points. TTA have 62. That's a 20-point game. My Colors, if they get, and that's the context I'm trying to add to it, if My Colors get any kind of average game, like even a poor game, but they still get a bit.
Yes, exactly.
And seeing what TTA have been doing in the past, I do not think TTA will be able to pull it off. TTA might have to just take things in their own hand and maybe try and eliminate the team, but now teams have started to rotate. It's going to be really hard to find that team. I think that's kind of out of the realm of possibilities, as you said already. So yeah, I think My Colors is looking as a very clear contender for that top three.
Definitely.
We would need an almost miracle for TTA to make it up there. I think the main storyline for this game is going to be, Nameless, and can they kick Meme Team out of that top 4 for EU?
A much clearer narrative for a team to focus on, but until TTA go down, the opportunity is theirs to control. We saw a Meme Team throw that opportunity away. They have only themselves to blame. Phase 2 shifted down south. So what's great for the teams is that it's pretty much guaranteed to be a south of the river finish. And this early into the game to kind of have that as a level of clarity is extremely good. It's also great for us because we haven't really seen too many south of the river finishes kind of around this area of the map, so I'm excited to see what happens.
It's a Pride Academy, though. going to be involved in their fight. Not really too interesting. Is like two of the bottom teams, MP Academy in 14th and Rise in currently, what is that, 15th position. So not going to have too much of an impact. Maybe not potentially a little bit of increase in prize pool if you can get up there. Nice little angle from Icon on that rooftop location, but you don't want to allow the racers to come through. You have one player getting the res up on one of the teammates. You're solo right now. If you want to do something, you should have pushed like 10 seconds ago, my friend. But now I can hear the footsteps. It is going to be a 1v2. But he's full HP. That's the advantage point he has against the rest. But behind him, I don't think he's aware. Right behind him is going to be another player. And Icon is just going to be cornered up right behind that crate. And that is done. Their final game ends in 15th with 0 eliminations. And Rise Esports are done for the Pro Series.
A bit of a positive event for MPA. Can't say the same for Rise Esports. But thank you, of course, Rise, for showing up, getting as far as you did, and I do hope we see more of you next year and you live up to the name and rise up once again. Vegnadors outside of the school apartment area, I believe you call that mini Pachinki if I'm not mistaken, a good spot to be in, a solid spread arguably.
Yeah.
They could have in my opinion, a better spread because it's too linear. It's kind of like 2 players in front, 2 players behind. If they had one kind of angled maybe, you know, towards Watertown, maybe one towards the west of Potato Hill, that might set up a phase 3 rotation or phase 3 position in a more comfortable way.
I do think Vengadors, though, have proven themselves as being a really strong, I would almost say expert team when it comes to the surrounding areas around Pachinki. It's been their drop for a long time. They rotate around those positions. They know Pachinki Hill, the fields of Pachinki, the warehouses, the church, mini Pachinki, like the back of their hand. They're very, very comfortable in those spots. So that would have been very important if the circle went there, which it didn't. So all of that point basically gone down the drain. It did center around the northern side of Garden on the east of Roshok. And currently, we're seeing, I think, I was about to say, Icefrag Esport getting involved, wanting a piece of MP Academy. That nade is amazingly well thrown by Alive. And he's looking to try and close that one out. He's doing what Icon did not, which is get the knock and instantly go for the push to confirm that elim. That's 5 elims so far. And Icefrag Esport off to a pretty bang-on gaming period.
Am I going to kind of like possibly put them into a bit of a contention to, you know, challenge my color ahead of TTA? They're already on 4 eliminations. What doesn't help them, though, is that there's been a little bit of a third party by the leaders of the pack, Dagestan, as they pick up a double elimination. That's going to be a third. It's going to be a crash. Dagestan are going to shatter the dreams of Ice Frag and cool them to a breeze against MPA.
Dagestan, the kings of third parties. They do lose Limbo Boom in the process, but it's just a thing of beauty. This team, they're just hungry. Every single time there's an opportunity to go for a push, they will take it. It might be Shifu, kind of directing the shots there. This guy is just always hungry for a fight, but is this a red zone or is this Dagestan 77? I'm not sure. It's one or the other. But they're just nading that entire top section of the building. Finally, I can hear.
You know what's worse,
still
Max?
Exploding.
You know what's worse? Iliev actually knocked Pole with his own nade.
Oh,
That's what's even worse. Now, luckily, the crash hasn't come in onto the top floor of the building, so there is time to get a revive. But that's not going to help the focus and morale of the 2 remaining Ice players.
How many nades do they have? Molly 2.
Not enough.
I think, look, if you didn't get any knocks by chucking everything up there, they probably moved somewhere else. I'm just saying, okay, they're probably not in the front section of that area.
That's a great nade. Oh, he saw it.
Ooh, the cook was a little bit too short, but the idea was there. But still, Dagestan, 3 players up, trying to just get every single piece of what they might be able to get.
By the way, I might have caster cursed this lobby as Icefrag go out because phase 3 shifted up north. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I mean, this circle could still go south of the river. It could still.
Yeah, but it looks so much worse, doesn't it?
It does. But it did. We'll see. Of course, hopefully we're going to see it in full screen. Look where the circle's going to go, but it's definitely not going to be fun because the teams need to play it around the river. And how they're going to rotate, there we go, is going to be shown. It goes over to the eastern side. Okay, you know what? decent-ish. I love the fact that Melise actually had Lewis over to the gas station. That's a really good anchor point to facilitate rotation if you need. But you can play the plateau here. Boom, send Lewis back to your team on the plateau area, and you've got a grand position on the south to gatekeep and pick up a few limbs along the way.
So what was great for TTA is that they picked up a knock. Sorry, picked up an elimination. The bad thing is that they had a player knocked. Luckily, the revive comes in. This is an engagement that isn't really a priority in terms of the storyline. It's just MPA trying to stay alive and Dagnestan doing Dagnestan things, right? Pushing, crashing, getting a couple of knocks here or there, ending teams' hopes and dreams. It's standard stuff in a PUBG Mobile game day for Dagnestan as they
third party.
take out MPA.
Okay. That was a little third party from Gembassi, I believe that was, so it's going to help them. I mean, a little bit. They were in 12th before this game, so we'll take it. A point is a point, Imperium, at the end of the day, so we'll see. But Dagestan 77 will stand strong, will get a successful third party on that fight inside of Garden. Now they got to heal up. Sorry, get the resources and start moving forward. The thing is, Melise are still in that plateau area, so even if they move directly to the southwest of the circle, it is not going to be an easy road ahead.
The Nameless. You haven't really done so much so far.
They went silent, yeah.
If anything, they've been nameless and they've lost a player, so it's gone even worse for them. Now they have full sent it, Max, onto the bridge in between the north of the river and the south of the river to the west of Yasnaya. It's a bold play. It's kind of worked out, but there's still a number of teams on that western side of the river that could hurt them. It's not going to be easy.
Imperium, the thing is, we said, Nameless are going to need, I would say, minimum top 3, if not a chicken dinner.
Yes.
To make it up. Tell me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong on this one. I have never, in my casting analysis career of PUBG Mobile, saw a team when there was under the bridge in a circle like this.
Yes.
I have not seen that. That is not a game-winning position we're seeing from the Nameless. You're in that spot. It's good if the circle ends there. The circle's not going to end there. That's the issue. How are they going to leave that spot? I don't know. It's not looking good.
It's not a game-winning position. It also wasn't a game-winning player rotation. If they had picked up 2 to 3 eliminations before making that rotation, I would have defended it a lot more, right? Because you're kind of clearing a couple of the players and teams around you, and then you're making that crash. Ooh. But on a blind crash, it's a bit of it's a survival play.
KSU2K is on a tear right now. Shifu's also getting himself a sneaky third party, getting himself a few limbs here and there. I'm telling you, KSU2K and Shifu would do a grand duo if they were on the same team. That's Gimibasi eliminated in 12th. Now it's all between Melise and Dagestan, first and second place respectively. It's going to be a 4v3 currently in favor of Melise. They have the position, they have the man advantage. Dagestan, how are you going to knock on their door? You can just flex on them and just take the fight and eliminate them. I mean, you're in first place. It's literally impossible for Melise to catch up to you. It's just for the memes. Take them down. Do it. And the circle shifts. Lewis is still there. They could move to Lewis's spot.
Okay. This is luckily a bit of a healthier rotation for the Nameless, but let's be fair, a bit of circle look. Dagnestan are pushing towards the coastline now. The Nameless lose a player. That's what they're worried about because they hadn't cleared out the real Brave, and that hurts them in their ability to slow down Dagnestan on that crash over to the coastal line.
It's Dimension with an AMR right now. He's got himself a crate weapon. Okay, Dimension. I love this guy. It's cool because like the snipers and DMRs have not been meta for a long time, but they've all been buffed in the past 2 to 3 updates. And I feel like Dimension has just like truly encapsulated the strength of what is like DMR snipers. It's great, especially with the AMR. AMR is a cracked weapon when used properly. We go moving forward is going to be Cecilia trying to make their way over to the compound up in northeast. Thing is, taking a fight versus TTA, a team that we do not want to see going down. They could have potentially have a chance, but it's the end. That's it. TTA do still keep a player alive. It's going to be Cecilia still handing strong with 2 players. It's going to be a 2v1, potentially even worse if they can get those reses. But that nade, as you say, Imperium. Why are you resing right in front of the window? Oh, okay. That's definitely something you do not do. They flushed elimination. It could come in important. And he's time to close it off. He knows he got those eliminations confirmed, but he's going to be completely flushed away. And that's Cecilia securing himself 4 eliminations in that fight. GTA, their road for PMNC ends here.
Unfortunately, I think that's going to be our teams confirmed in terms of the PMEC and PMNC slots. The Nameless are still alive, but they're not. Actually, no, sorry. The Nameless got wiped out, so that's them out of the running. So it is just one of those games where, one of those finishes where it's simply about who's going to take the final chicken dinner of the finals, who's going to kind of put an even bigger name in our eyes on what they can do in future tournaments.
A little bit of an anticlimactic ending after what we saw from Mean Team. It could have opened up so many opportunities, but seems like it was just not meant to be. What might be meant to be Imperium is Dagestan's maybe an extra chicken dinner, but they're not in a great spot to do it right now. Not in a great spot to achieve such a feat on today's matches, because being in that section of the river, you got a team on your west side, which is currently Vengadors. It is not looking amazing, though Magma, they're going to be pulling the trigger. They're going for their push onto My Colors. My Colors, a team that is looking to confirm their spot. I mean, they already pretty much confirmed it at this point for PMNC. Got himself a lot of angles, but a little bit surrounded by Magma. Magma picking himself their 3rd limb. My Colors end their run right now.
I'll tell you what, this could be a Magma chicken dinner because the Yasnaya fields, they're tricky, but in this kind of shift, you see that ridge that's on the road. Once they clear Nax and the remaining players of Keystone, that's Cecilia, they're in a bit of a prime spot. Unfortunately for them, Melissa on the high ground, down on the south side, are doing a ton of damage. Plus, Melissa's spread is so good, Max.
It truly is. Like, they've just been flexing their position this entire game, but Kiss going a little bit too far. VGS are just falling down like flies. They're located. Oh, you sneaky devil.
You scoundrels.
Oh, there's so many words I want to use, but I'm probably not going to use some of them on broadcast right now, but that is a sneaky play from them. You can still, oh my god. I can't believe they just done this.
And they're not done. They're not done just yet because the Real Brave have no idea that they're there in the water. And the nades are being thrown out 2 at a time. One connects, not quite, but that's going to send Real Brave packing down, and the rest of the team need to support the knock from Shifu. That they knock so good. They need to get out, though. They need to get out.
Now,
what?
Wait,
no way!
Wait,
no way!
No! Zadira, what are you doing, mate? You guys gonna jump? Okay, I was asking, please knock this guy down. This is too much right now. I cannot deal with this. But is Shifu still alive? Melise spotted out, I think, the field.
He's gonna go for the revive. He's gonna go for the revive.
Nice smoke road. This is great. The fact that they clear out Zangadors earlier, you're just making sure you can play that ridge now. That ridge is 100% playable. Magma, you said it could have been their chicken dinner. They're down to 1 right now. That ridge is not played. They're spotted out by a player on the other side from Nax Esports. And the dream of Dagestan for 4 chicken dinners on the day, Imperium, is still up and living.
Also, am I correct in saying that Major Pride Clan could finally get themselves a chicken dinner in the finals? They're down to 2 with 1 knock. Should I say 3 with 1 knock? But still, unless they get rid of Melise, it's going to be so much harder. Melise have full control.
Exactly. Those nades were amazing. That's going to be it for the side. But now Pride. Fluence picked up. Blue's going to be doing some damage. Dimension pushes up, rocks up. And he's going to be instantly a casualty to the hands of Zadira. But Shifu, don't let him go down.
5 eliminations.
This guy's golden. With that nade. No. He's looking dangerous. Kiss you 2K. I said you guys could be friends, but no. He has chosen enemies instead. It is Melise picking himself up 11 eliminations. They're going out with a bang in this match. They spot Creepy, and that is a dominant performance coming out from Melise Esports, securing the final game of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Turkish side, the #1 team qualified for the Turkish PMNC and the Snapdragon Pro Series X PMCO finals with a gloriously controlling chicken dinner. It was the perfect position, the perfect spread. A little bit of circle shift look in their favor, but again, those positions were magnificent, and they got so many eliminations to boot with that.
Best game. Best game at the end there.
Yeah,
That was
good.
something of absolute beauty, but you have two sides of the coin. You have Dagestan that just continuously finding solutions to their unfortunate bad spot, even though it was not a bad spot because of their rotation, but because it was hard to breach that spot of Melise because the foothold was so good, the gatekeeping was so good. And then they just find another solution. The way they just shoot in the buggy, I'm going to go to bed tonight and I'm just going to have flashbacks of that moment happening. That's just how mental it was. Melise is so good on rotation. Like, their macro is on point.
I know. About Dagestan's position, that is an example of how their results in this finals are a little bit skewed, because in a Pro League situation, I don't believe they would get away with that as easily as they did there, right? So many other Pro League teams, in my opinion, would understand that there's a pretty high chance that there's going to be players in the water, so they might be a little bit more cautious coming in from that, you know, hillside north of the river, that kind of thing. You know, how they were able to get away with so much is a bit of a factor of the lobby as a whole. But either way, they did what they did.
Yeah, I feel like there's been some mistakes that have been done by teams around them that they've been able to punish. And I think that that's something that, as you said, like, you know, the next stage, PMNC, PMPL, might be a little bit rare on occasion, but I think that they still display some great opportunistic plays, which is very important for a team that's trying to make it far in PUBG Mobile Esports. With that said, we're going to have a very short break, and after that, we will be back to check out the overall rankings and to see who will make it to PMNC. We'll catch you guys in just a few.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Design if they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
for the final time, we're going to go through the Oppo moments, and we really need to go through that game again, Imperium, because we had some wild moments, some wild plays from a lot of these teams, and you can see it on your screen right now. Dagestan being the Dolphins of the lobby. I don't know if Dolphins would live in forever like that, but they definitely were in their element, because that moment onto VGS, they were not ready for that fight.
That game was ridiculous. And it started with one of the silliest hot drops I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile.
Oh, don't get me started.
Meme Dream nearly dug themselves the biggest hole in the world by hot dropping in Yasnaya onto Ice Frag. Took the fight, lost the fight, went down in 16th place with 0 points. Now, it did make it a bit entertaining around the storyline of a team potentially taking their EU spot. However, that team in the form of the Nameless lived up to their name and was pretty unfortunately nameless, right? When you correctly pointed out, at the earliest point in the game, you see a confirmed squad being wiped. Because like I said, when players are confirmed, their name comes up on the elimination feed. As in, you see their team tag, you see their elimination. And when you see 4 players, you're going to see that squad. That was the perfect opportunity for Nameless to go, okay, aggressive mode. We do everything we can in our power to pick up the elimination, pick up the points. They did kind of the opposite, and it went downhill from there.
And the main issue with that, right, is that you potentially missed out here on a year of possible PUBG Mobile Esports. You'll have to try your luck next year. We'll have to see. But we're going to check out the match rankings, see exactly how many points taken home. Elite Esports, total of 27. Not going to put that much of a dent in the lead that was made by Dagestan 77, as we already know, Imperium, but is going to make sure that they hold on strong, potentially to that second place. We'll have to see as we transition over to the overall rankings. But Major Pride Clan, I would say that's the team I'm happy to see. Still not chicken dinner, but still gave himself a good finish. It's
very fitting that the top 3 of the final game was the top 3 coming into the final game. So I do want to kind of give props to all those 3 teams, and in that way, in kind of, you know, ending on how the standings had looked in that point. Elite Esports deserved their second chicken dinner of the finals, and that game, like we said, executed perfectly. Once again, the real brave 8 eliminations, you know, giving us flashes of excellence and flashes of great performances, but as a whole, unfortunately, throughout the 10 games, which is a short amount of games, arguably, but within those 10 games, not giving us enough. And Magma, credit where it's due, nothing to lose, pulled out a very decent result.
But unfortunately, a flash in the pan, Imperium is not going to bring them anywhere. As I said, they're missing on the year of potential PUBG Mobile Esports circuits. But with that said, I believe we are now maybe ready for the overall rankings to see which teams will be making it to their regional PMNC or their PMEC if you're one of the EU teams. And here we have it. And as you know, Dagestan 77 will be your Snapdragon Pro Series champions for the EU region with a total of 4 chicken dinners and 182 total points. But Imperium, when you're looking at the EU teams, our 4 representatives for the PMEC is going to be Dagestan 77, Major Pride Clan, Sicilia Esports, and Meme Team.
Luckily, Meme Team made it in with, to be fair, overall a decent gap. That's something that we need to give them credit for. And the amount of eliminations that they picked up, the 4th highest amount of eliminations being in 7th place. But the lack of placement points is still something they're going to have to address, especially moving on to the next stage, which arguably is going to be even tougher for them. Dagestan, 1st place, they're ready for the next stage. They are more than ready. A Major Pride Clan, credit where it's due, they were consistent, they were clean. The lack of chicken dinner does put an asterisk on you know, will they be able to get the job done in the next stage? I hope they train and they're ready for it. And finally, credit where it's due to Cecilia. They stayed under the radar. They were pretty balanced, and they're the 3rd team to make it into the PMEC.
Now moving on to the Turkish side. Our 3 representatives that will be making it to PMNC Turkey will be Melis Esports, Vengadors, and My Colors. And I have to say, I've been impressed. But every single team we just mentioned has had some incredible performances. Really happy to see what they've been able to bring up during the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series. PMCO Open Finals is just the start. It's going to be your PMNC or PMEC, depending on which region you're in. And after that, it is going to be, of course, PMPL. If you can go the entire way, it's not going to be easy, because don't forget, in those tournaments, you're going to have 8 relegated teams of this year's PMPL. So you're going to go up against some real pros or semi-pros. So it's not going to be that easy. But unfortunately, a few teams that we're not going to be able to see go any further in Imperium, for example, is going to be teams such as TTA Esport, IceFrag Esport. That's the one that really hurts me, the fact that we're not going to be seeing IceFrag Esport. I think this team has true potential, but unfortunately, it was just not meant to be for this year.
And Nax Esports, they're the lowest team to get a chicken dinner. The volatility of the finals really hit them hard. Like even ending the final game on a positive note. A little bit more, and I really think that they would have been there. And look, thank you to all teams for participating. Really like to get this far. Give yourselves a pat on the back. You didn't reach it this time around, but there's always next year. There's going to be plenty more opportunities. There's going to be plenty of third-party tournaments. We talked about the fact that if you've impressed as a player, there are going to be teams who have and will qualify for PMPL, maybe looking to, kind of adjust their roster leading into the 2023 season. So, keep grinding, keep improving, and see what you can do next year.
Yeah, at the end of the day, keep your heads high. Still made it in the top 16 teams of Europe as a whole out of 256 initially after the in-game qualifiers. Exactly. So definitely something that you can flex about when you just go into normal conversations during your Christmas dinner. We'll have to see how things are going to be panning out for some of these teams, of course, but the future is bright for all of our top 3 Turkish teams and top 4 EU teams. Can't wait to see how things are going to be unfolding for them in the future. But I believe in just a few short minutes, hopefully, we'll be having an interview right now that's going to be with Keep from Dagestan 77. It should be coming up very, very shortly. But man, really, outside of Dagestan 77 Imperium, just as a few closing statements, which team has potentially impressed you the most? As once again, no Dagestan because they're kind of out there.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because in the process of you reading out the Turkish teams that made it into the PMNC, I think My Colors came out looking better than Vengadors.
Oh, okay.
Vengadors, yes, they showed a decent bit of consistency and they can be happy with that. However, at the end of the day, whether it's because they knew they were comfortable or for whatever reason, they slipped off. And My Colors, at least to me, showed a bit more bite, a bit more, willingness to wanting to finish in a higher position. And to me, that I'll take away from that in a little bit more of a positive light. Both teams are in. Both teams have equal opportunity to get to the PMPL. Yeah, but for me, My Colors stood out a little bit more than Vengadors.
Okay, I think the Vengadors stood out a lot more on the first day, but I do have to agree that overall, My Colors have shown a lot, especially today. I think that they've just been able to just look hyper consistent, a very strong team overall, so they've been looking great. Sicilia Esport, I think a team that we haven't talked too much about them, but they've just been secretly consistent team, right? A team that's potential. If they can go out there and try maybe potentially close off games, because currently they are a team with 0 chicken dinners throughout the entire event.
Yes.
It could work out. Not only them, Major Pride Clan, also a team with 0 chicken dinners and yet able to reach top 3. So definitely some really interesting stuff. But yeah, all the other teams at the bottom, unfortunately, will not be making it to this next stage. But as we stated already, right, there's definitely a world of opportunities for these teams to make it through next year. There's going to be another Snapdragon Pro Series. It's not going anywhere. With that said, I am told right now that Keep from Dagestan 77 is currently ready to join us for the interview. So let's bring it in. Keep should be with us very shortly after their victory here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Keep. There we go. Keep.
Hello.
Start off the interview.
Yeah, hello,
I
guys.
want to say... awesome. Do you hear us? I was going to say. You hear us great?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
Perfect. Awesome. So, Keep, I'm going to jump right into it. Congratulations for becoming the champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series. You guys had an amazing day. 3 chicken dinners today alone. How do you and the team feel after such great success today?
Yo, it's amazing feelings because it's really good emotions and it's amazing, just amazing.
Yesterday was a little bit of a kind of, it was day one, so you probably came in not really kind of knowing what to expect. How did you feel after yesterday's 5 games? What was the thought of the team coming into day 2 today?
We were in first place, so we just do some analytic. We watch mob stream, and just only let's go.
Definitely, you guys went the entire way, remaining in first place. But now you and your team right now, Keep, have qualified for PMEC as the 4 teams that could make it there. What are your goals do you have for PMEC? Do you want to go right into PMPL and perform there? Like, what is your objective?
Only PMGC.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Okay, I like that.
Okay.
That's a good answer.
Jesus. Thank you very much, Keep. I love that kind of, you know, screw PMPL. We're going for the big time. Look, yeah, like that kind of blew me away. But I do need to ask about that final game. What the hell? Inside those vehicles in the river, did you expect to be as successful with that position?
Yeah.
Like, what was happening on the
YOLO.
in-game comms with the team?
No, we just saw the zone, and in 1 second we just realized that we have vehicles, and we just go and jump to the water. we know about this. We know about this game. I don't know. It's not bug, but like fish, and we know about that, and we just jump it. Yeah.
It's a bit dirty, but it worked out. I can't disagree. Keep, it was a thing of beauty. But once again, congratulations for taking first place and for qualifying for PMEC. But I've been seeing, Keep, during this tournament, everyone spamming Dagestan77 in the chat. You guys have a lot of fans out there, so I want to give you an opportunity. You can do it in English, you can do it in Russian, any language you want. You can just talk to the fans out there that have been supporting you and the team.
Yeah, I want to thank all guys who just wrote every time Dagestan 77. Спасибо, ребята, всем, кто писал, болел за нас, переживал. Нам очень приятно. Мы видим все эти сообщения, всю поддержку, поэтому держим кулачки и ждите нас на PMGC.
I hear PMGC again, so he really means he's going for PMGC. But Keith, thank you so much for joining us for this interview. Oh, he's feeling amazing. But yeah, thanks so much for the interview, mate. I really appreciate you taking the time. And once again, congratulations. I can't wait to see what we're going to do in PMEC. So good luck for your next event.
We will try our best. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Man, I love this guy. Okay, normally we don't have interviews or like looking so emotional like that, but this guy was looking amazing, and man, PMGC, big words for big man, and I want to see if he can go the entire way.
Look, there's clearly a pedigree behind how him and the team have played in the past in terms of scrim lobbies, third-party tournament lobbies, right? It's quite obvious that they were very much prepared ability-wise coming into this. And when you're already prepared, the chance of success is so much easier. And when he already has PMGC in mind, I can only imagine how prepared they're going to be coming into PMEC. How much prepared they're going to be coming into potentially PMPL. The world is their oyster, and I'm so excited to see what they can achieve.
Exactly. I'm really hyped to see how these teams are going to be able to potentially make things work out. There's so much more on board for these guys, and there's even more Snapdragon Pro Series around the corner because Europe might be done. We might have just 1 day break tomorrow to just chillax a little bit. But on Monday, we're back once again with some more Snapdragon Pro Series, and it's going to be with the Middle East region. You definitely don't want to miss out. So we'll see you guys on Monday, same time, same place. See you next time.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already.